guys are acting like there's 20 million people doing this. Anyway, you're totally right, dude.
Because people are triggered. They're triggered.
Oh my God,
they're triggered. And this is what I think Joe's saying is like, the American people will believe whatever the mainstream media repeats, and they try stuff. They try stuff to see what gains interest. Now, I don't know why they gave up on the New Jersey drone story, but they did. It just fell off the table. Notice during the election, guys, that COVID never came up from either side. Why not? Why did neither side ever mention what happened? Trump didn't bring it up. Biden didn't bring it up. There must be some massive secrets in that because, it was never brought up by either side as a weakness of the other side. So all I'm saying is, they can't repair the U.S. dollar. It's getting, how's that even happen? The U.S. dollar is getting stronger every day, which I guess, what does that do? That makes exports more expensive? Which way does that work?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if our dollar gets stronger.
Exports more expensive, imports cheaper.
So imports get more inexpensive, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
And exports, so does that hurt us? I mean, do we really export that much? What are our exports?
Lower than imports.
I mean, do we rely on exports? I don't know. I'm asking right now.
Yeah, we export inflation. That's all we export.
Yeah, we export debt primarily, but everything is mostly imported from external countries now.
Like everybody's in a recession, but supposedly us. How's that fucking possible? That we would be the only country doing well.
Yeah, because we're exporting inflation. Right? So
Yeah, I don't think we are doing well.
So we're responsible for everybody else's problems? We ain't buying their toys.
Well, it's more that.
I mean, we are buying their toys. We're buying their toys. They're not buying our toys.
The problem is that the Euro-dollar system puts them in a weird spot where as our currency strengthens, they have to repay U.S. denominated debt with a softer currency, and that's where it sort of breaks down the international finance system.
And if the dollar keeps strengthening, crude oil cannot stay at $70. Okay, there's no demand.
All commodities.
There's artificial holdback. I totally agree. Dude.
All commodities do what?
They have to get repriced down, dude. You can't. The dollar.
No, they all get priced down. So
yeah, because if crude oil continues at $72, it's more expensive for these countries to import.
Yeah. So right. Just a perfect example. The oil is priced in the U.S. in dollars, and it's priced even in portions of the petrodollar system. It's priced in dollars. So if the dollar gets more expensive, that means foreign, supply and demand, foreign demand for those commodities falls because it's more expensive, particularly with certain types of goods that are more price sensitive.
Hey, Grant, real quick on the national security comment.
Stop talking.
Yeah, you stopped talking.
Yeah, I stopped talking. Do you have a follow-up, Grant? I was just saying that's the dynamic. A strong dollar for U.S. commodities markets basically results in lower demand because it's more expensive.
Go ahead, O.
Yeah.
And you.
So what, can I just understand? It makes it more expensive for them, not us, right?
Correct. So this is.
I just wanted to ask you guys how you felt about Solana. Retail is really looking into Solana.
What's retail, buddy?
What's retail?
Yeah.
Your mall, stores in the mall, other stores,
Okay.
clothing stores,
So they're
hunting
getting
and
into
fishing. music.
Yeah, so but what's your point? I was just
I
trying
was
to
just,
make sure I
I just
understood
wanted to
what you're saying.
ask you, like, some of these even meme coins are outperforming stable coins, and everything's pointing towards Solana and like a bright future. I just wanted to ask you, like, what's your take on Solana? Do you like it? You bearish, you bullish?
Why wouldn't meme
what's
coins
your take?
outperform stablecoins? What are you talking about?
Well, they're outperforming stable coins on like Coinbase, like
I hope so.
many of them. It seems like degenerates and hustlers and retail wants Solana. It just fits the whole scheme. Fast, very cheap. Solana is super young. It's like 4 or 5 years old. It's more centralized, obviously, because it's proof of stake, but
More centralized than what?
Hey, we were having a great conversation here. Can we go back to a great
nice
conversation?
job, me, Gary. I love it.
Why are we talking about these gay shit?
I couldn't even hear the dude talking, so can we go back to a great conversation?
Yeah, I was just wanting to throw some red meat in there so everybody could just have a little relief.
Yeah.
And now that the red meat has been shredded, go ahead, guys, continue.
Don't wait. Hey, Gary, don't do that anymore. You're wasting my time, and my time is valuable. My time is Bitcoin.
Do that on green candles, not on red candles.
Yeah.
Can
hey,
somebody
Grant,
tell me
go
what
for
a
it.
green candle and a red candle is? Because I don't want to pretend that I know that, and I don't.
Guys, anybody want to walk Grant through the green?
Yeah,
and red
green
candle?
just means price go up, number go up, and red means number go down. So red is bad, green good.
And what is a God candle and a
Okay.
devil candle?
The God candle is a candle that even God himself can't fathom, and you'll
Oh.
know it when you see it. Devil candle is what we see, when Jerome Powell jacks up the interest rates.
Yeah, it's like
Can we go
God
back
eating a
to,
burrito
Joe,
so
some of
hot.
that stuff that I predicted that would happen with Trump, why would that not be the case? Why can't some of those things happen? And
Oh, I think they definitely can.
why would they?
Well, I mean, look, here's the thing. You've got a environment where there are clearly actors that want to see, the president-elect fail, right? We can all agree on that, even if you're a Democrat. As Democrats especially, they don't want him to succeed. So then the question becomes, what are the pressure points that can be exerted? We had a long discussion this morning about this, and I'll just summarize it. Number one, Congress, right? Regardless of what you bring in with the executive branch, it's just one of three branches of government, and the Congress is a rat's nest. I think we all can agree on that, even for Democrats and Republicans, that it's fundamentally broken, that it's corrupt as an institution, and that most of all, it does nothing. Likes to talk, no action, right? So how do you mitigate against Trump? If you were an actor trying to take him out, I don't mean, that's a poor choice of words, you know what I mean? Stop his agenda. If you're an actor trying to stop his agenda, the way you do this is you basically cause gridlock, you shut down the government, you make sure things can't function, you try to slow things through the Senate, which, if you know the Senate, it just, a handful of senators can basically block any piece of legislation. You get him so bogged down in the operation that he can't get really anything across the finish line other than executive orders, which, by the way, executive orders can be undone as soon as the next president takes hold. So they're not permanent. To get permanence, you need somebody in the actual Congress to get forward Donald Trump's agenda. So in all, what I think is, if you get this narrative that there's chaos, that we're on the verge of recession, that the tariffs are causing massive layoffs, that investments are going down, that the stock market's going down, all of this can be used, I think, to drive public sentiment away from the president-elect. And he's got a narrow window, right? You're going to start talking about midterm elections basically by this time next year. They're going to be already in midterm season, and people are risk averse when they're heading into midterms, and the Republicans have a very narrow majority in Congress. So all that is to say, he's got a narrow window. He's got 6 months, to a year max to get toward some real big legislation.
Hey, Terry, I'll give you a prediction here. I think on day one, he goes after the Jan 6 committee, the members of Congress that participated in the whole Fedsurrection, the members of the IC that participated. I think he goes after the corrupt judges that lock people away in the gulag. I think he declares war on the members of Congress the corruption in Congress, and he uses that bully pulpit to change the will of Congress and scare the living shit out of those people.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, that'd be
Hundred
interesting.
percent agree with that J6 thing. He will 1,000%. What's it called when he pardon? Yeah, he'll pardon all of them and then go after everybody that attacked him or that flipped the switch on him.
Yeah, the net effect of that, Grant, is to scare the living fucking daylights out of members of Congress that have baggage, right? And all of a sudden, all these people that are looking to fight him will cower in their shoes and say, yes, sir, yes, Mr. President.
I think that is way too optimistic.
Why do you say that, Jeff?
Because you're dealing with people that have been entrenched for decades, most of them, that have an understanding of the system. They know where the bodies are buried. He's going on offense against them, and despite all the new faces, despite the talented team he's bringing to Washington, you're still going against the machine. You're still going against people that, you know, you're challenging their very existence, and they will fight tooth and nail. They're not just going to roll over if you throw some dirt in their face. They're going to, you know, pick up a boulder and throw it at your head, and that's what they do routinely.
That's why you got to eliminate half of them. I'm willing to pay for one half of the people in the U.S. government going home for 2 years, and they can't do anything else. We pay them, no problem. Stay the fuck at home. We have a call option on you for the next 2 years, and this country would be runs. You just strip it down. If you remove half the people, you will see every problem left over. There's going to be doers and takers, and then you just go eliminate those people.
Joe, they're out of boulders. They threw all the boulders the last 4 years. None of them struck.
No, they've just begun to fight.
That little boulder that they have in their quiver.
I agree with Joe.
I'll give you a perfect example. I'll give you a perfect example. Want to know a big boulder they have? Perfect. One senator says, I'm not letting any of Trump's nominees get called for a vote. Period. Full stop. You're not getting it through the Congress.
And
Elizabeth Warren raises her hand. I'm filibustering
the
all
angel
this.
senator who doesn't have dirt and isn't corrupt and can't be.
Say that again, Joe. You're saying what? They would do what?
I mean, so we've seen this repeatedly with recent administrations. They hold up the nomination process. They basically allow you not to get any of your nominees. And they did this to Trump the first time. They said it took 6 months to a year to get some of the nominees confirmed. And by that point, the midterm elections were coming. And guess what? The Democrats won back the House in 2018. So you stall. The stall game is all you need. You just need to stall to run up the clock until another election.
Joe, that I would love that to happen. You know, Clausewitz said you must first define the enemy. That one senator becomes the enemy of a president who just won a mandate election. I would love that.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because that one senator is Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts, and she just won overwhelmingly in an election.
Okay. Well, she's going to be the most scrutinized senator in U.S. history. Very cool.
And let me just say, had Louisiana just had 2 Democrats 3 or 4 weeks ago flipped to the GOP side. We just had 2 representatives here in Florida flip. I don't know how much more of that goes on in the United States, but these guys, I mean, this guy's he's a different kind of beast. And he does know how to run the program. He won every one of his lawsuits, guys. I mean, they're going to be embarrassed on the other side that when New York falls, the Bonnie Willis gets, found out. He won them all. I remember the day I saw him get the 38 indictments.
So did you see? Can I just point one thing out? Okay, so this is one thing I think we should all look forward to because I really want him to bring real change. Okay, into Washington. I'll just state that as a starting point. I really think that he's got a unique opportunity with a team of outsiders to do something good for once. Okay, what I'm hesitant about is that they are not understanding the task in front of them. And I'll give you one perfect example. I just put it in the nest here, this issue, which kind of shocked me. I think it didn't get enough attention after the election. But this is a headline, right, put out citing various Republican senators, including John Thune and others, who say that check it in the nest if you don't believe me, Republicans promise to protect the Senate filibuster, even if it hinders Trump's agenda. So the filibuster, for those who aren't familiar, it's not like the Jimmy Stewart, A Good Man Goes to Washington. I forget the name of the movie, but basically where you stand up and do a talking filibuster. That's not the current form of the filibuster. They can filibuster with basically just an indication. They only have to do a speaking filibuster, and they can kill almost any piece of legislation in the Senate. That's the current status quo. So, unlike the Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. What's that?
D or R. They become enemy number one in a time where Americans voted overwhelmingly for change. You want to become the poster child for corruption in DC? Do that.
Sure. I mean, there are Democrats, well, just to be clear, there are Democrats who they're not running again for election, and they have 6-year terms. They've already said, like, some who just won a re-election, and this is their last term. And they don't care. They're going to write off and get a cushy job. And if they go down as hindering the Trump agenda, half the country, or I'd say a third of the country, is going to love them.
The other half
the hardcore
until they relent. So let's see how.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
Joe, I would point out that, this is a different DOJ and a different FBI with Cash Patel. And I just think he can turn their weaponry directly on these members of Congress, because they're all fucking corrupt. Right? He can point the gun at not the literal gun, but you understand what I'm saying. He can point the power of the DOJ after Congress. Not just Democrats, Republicans too. And if they don't snap into line, they're looking at lawfare for the rest of their lives. I don't think they want to play.
Yeah, and Alina Habba, who's seeing him through all these court cases, these ridiculous court cases, her intention is to go get, not that this has a lot to do with what you guys are saying, but it does, because he's such an attack beast. He doesn't play a lot of defense. He's on attack constantly. And I believe he will use Alina to go after these court cases to see if she can get at least headlines to get remunerated for the cost of dollars. And again, keep the pressure on the public to say, hey, this was injustice. This was wrong.
So
same thing with the J6ers. That's the agenda on the J6ers.
Just to go back to the dark side, okay? You said, Cash Patel is a different, FBI with him, okay? There are Republicans right now, Republican senators who are sitting senators who just saw how prolific Trump's victory was, how it was a watershed win, and they are refusing to even confirm that they will support his confirmation. One says today he'll have to look into it. He's not sure.
It's not painful for them yet, Joe. The pain isn't the pain is
correct. So
here's the thing about righteous people. People who are
so-
righteous stand together and they weather the storm because they know they have their feet firmly planted in truth. Rats scatter. And when the pressure comes on one rat, they turn on the other rat to save their own ass. That's fundamental. And I'm telling you, the pressure is going to come. And those rats will scatter. And to save their own hide, they're going to rat out the other guy. You just wait and see.
I hope you're right, but there also could be a situation where his confirmation is held up for 6 to 7 months just around the clock, which is another issue. I don't think
If we were to have that, I wonder what would happen.
Well, didn't they do things like before around interim appointments and acting heads? I saw some people posting a couple months about doing that.
Recess appointments.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to have a recess, not when the Congress is in session after the inauguration. So
Well,
yes,
that's trench warfare. You would have been trench warfare.
I think they're gonna have to give him something bigger than just a couple of Democrats trying to hang him up the old way. They're gonna have to give him a bird flu event, so he can't go sell. If he can go on TV every night and sell the American public, he could sell his deal. They're gonna have to distract him enough and derail him enough to where he can't go. He's gonna have to go sell or defend something else. And That should be the biggest concern for all Americans.
Yeah, my only point is, Grant, is that I think a lot of people just think, oh, it's gonna be easy. It's gonna go in there and blow everything up and it'll be an easy victory. You also at the same time talk about this is the deep state you're fighting. So I just wonder, if you're perhaps being a little bit too optimistic as to how easy this is gonna be for anybody to bring about change.
Well, the only thing that I would say,
It's gonna be tough, but the thing is, you're going against a guy who just survived 8 years of everything they could throw at him. So it's not just some dude wandering into DC who's like, oh, where's the ladies' room? Where's the men's room? This guy knows where the bodies are buried. He's segregating his team outside of DC for this explicit purpose. You do not want to fuck with this guy. But if you try, good luck.
yeah, Puncher, I agree, and I think that, you know, I'm hopefully optimistic that there's been a lot more going on behind the scenes the last 4 years in terms of planning and strategy, and I think that we started to see that already a little bit around the fact that he's self-funding or privately funding would be a better term, the transition team, as opposed to using government funds to keep it private, hopefully for strategy and security reasons. So, you know, I think that at least things like that are indicative that they've learned from last time, and I'm hoping we're going to see something different. Hey, Grant, just real quick, I sent you a DM a couple minutes ago since your meeting with Trump around the national security implications of Bitcoin. I put together a couple of bullet points. I don't know if you're aware of this, but in addition to the financial use cases around Bitcoin, there's also major cybersecurity benefits to Bitcoin as well, where it can actually be used to secure our nation's critical infrastructure. So I outlined a couple of bullet points, but essentially you can use the Bitcoin as a collateralized escrow to access key networks. So like if I wanted to send you a note, the only way that you could receive that note is if I give you a password and collateralize it with Bitcoin. If I get the password wrong, you get to keep the Bitcoin, and you get to decide what you end up doing with it. So something like that can actually be extremely powerful when we're talking about deterring nation states and major threat actors from accessing our infrastructure, like, you know, nuclear launches or say power grid or other critical infrastructure, because you can actually set a price on what accessing that network would cost. And then you can scale that up or down. So if it's super valuable infrastructure, you can say, hey, for me to even receive your network request to access this key piece of infrastructure, it's going to cost you 1,000 Bitcoin or 10,000 Bitcoin or 100,000 Bitcoin. And of course, it's secured by the U.S. The U.S. would administer it, so like it's not going to get lost. But there's a gentleman, he's an active duty Space Force major named Jason Lowry. He's wrote a PhD dissertation on this. He's quite popular in the Bitcoin community. But if you're interested in more information, happy to share. But I hope those couple of bullet points spark your interest and may be able to add additional fuel to the fire as to why this Bitcoin strategic reserve would be significant beyond just the debt implications.
Awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Of course.
John, those conversations have been going on for months. So for those who think it's not happening, it's dark side, you know, it's coming.
Well, that makes me happy. That's what we need.
Yeah, just looping back to the sand in the gears argument that Joe was making. I think that's why I go back to the Jan 6 of them being those easy scouts, for lack of a better term. You know, he's got to put the fear of God into those members of Congress that have committed crimes. And the easiest way to do it is to go after that low-hanging fruit.
Okay, we got a couple of speakers up here. Who has not said anything so far? Shepard, Sharon, has John gone? You guys pop off, and then we're going to recycle and bring up some other guests.
I'm jumping down, guy.
Good to have you, Puncher, as always, bro. Really nice to have you here, man.
I was thinking going to price, how many people think that the current price action is due to tax loss harvesting? Just thinking back to where Bitcoin is and where it should be.
Nearly zero, since there aren't any losses. But bonuses, Darkside, you disagree? I wouldn't have thought there were many
No,
losses to take unless somebody had a loss in another book and they wanted to offset it with Bitcoin profits. But
Hey, Gary or Grant, do you guys know anything about, full deductions on salt with regard to real estate? Is that in the mix?
I don't think salt ever comes back.
No? Okay.
It's been gone too long now. It wouldn't get him anything either, by the way. Now, I think, they tried to get rid of the 1031 for years. Nobody can seem to pull that off, which they shouldn't, but I think he brings back the 100% depreciation, but he's gonna need a reason, right? So he's gonna, like, a weak economy actually benefits him in some ways. He won't like it, but it'll give him the leverage that he needs with Powell, unless they figure out a way to get rid of Powell.
Any idea on qualified opportunity zones? That seems to have bipartisan support. It expires in 2026, I believe.
Yeah, the problem is it won't move the bar any because you got so many problems in real estate right now. I mean, with debt the way it is, you're not gonna have any, it might be a nice sound talking piece, but it's not gonna move any real estate. You need a debt market that's friendly, and this debt market is everything but friendly. Now, here's the other thing I was thinking about. Is somebody speaking right now, Gary? Sometimes I can't hear.
no, you're good. You're good, bro.
How much of this people adopting Bitcoin?
Hey, what's up? Happy Hanukkah.
How are you?
Good.
Good. I'm in Nashville, but I'm coming back to Chicago tomorrow morning.
Oh, wow. You know, things are okay. There's a party tonight. Like, it's a pre-New Year's Eve thing. I thought it was tomorrow. I'm like, what the fuck, tonight?
Eve of the Eve, yeah, Eve of the Eve.
Don't these people know what gout is?
You have gout right now?
Yeah, my eye is swollen.
No.
Not my eyeball, but my eyelid. My eyelid. I have a sty in the eye. I'm about to take a hot bath.
Ouch. Why, have you been drinking a lot?
Yeah, I took this Indian girl out and we had some drinks, and I think that after our romantic evening, I should have taken a shower, and but yeah, I think I like must have touched my eye.
What touched your eye?
My hand. I should wear surgical gloves.
Unless your eye was like deep in her pussy.
No, nothing like that. All right, well, have a good time. I mean, I don't know what you're gonna do tomorrow, but
What are you doing tomorrow? I was like my other buddies, they're looking at going to Morgan Manufacturing. What did you see in Wrigley?
it's I'd have to look at Eventbrite, but I was just looking at the tonight event.
Oh, the Eve of the Eve.
Yeah, it was $1 and I missed it. I should have just bought the fucking ticket, but now it's back to normal price. But even then, I'm like, maybe I should just stay in. But this Indian girl that I'm seeing, she might want me to come to her place tonight. So I would
What's
rather.
her name?
Her name is Rutu.
Rutu?
Yeah, she's a cutie pie.
How old?
33.
Nice.
Yeah, she's a doctor dentist.
Really?
Yeah,
Nice.
she's got
Does she know?
she's got to practice in Wicker Park. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Did you tell her that you don't have a dentist? You haven't been to one in 5, 6, 7 years?
What are you talking about? I went in September or something.
Oh, you did? You went?
Yeah, and then before that, 6 months before that, I had the filling. I had like an old filling that the same dentist put in. He's like, "That's my filling. I know that's my filling." And he took it out and he did the seal or whatever. And then they use this new thing for like cleaning your teeth. Man, my teeth were so white, but I smoke so much and drink so much coffee that it goes back to a base yellow pretty quickly. So, what are you doing tonight? You're just chilling at home?
We have Jack's girlfriend over.
What are you guys gonna do? Like some kind of like weird sex ritual or something?
No, we're doing Hanukkah gifts.
Yeah, the menorah is basically a phallus, you know?
We already lit and sang together. We did the Hanukkah wedding and sang. Have you lit in the Hanukkah this year?
Oh, I should. I might have one. I do have a Hanukkah. I do have one in my music room. I could go light the candles, yeah.
You should. It's supposed to be the eighth night. The eighth night is the most beautiful because when you have all the 8,
Mhm.
you have really 9 because the Shamash, but it's a beautiful sight.
Well, may you find your beautiful angel this 2025. All the
Thank you.
joy and money, but mostly the angel. That's what you're looking for. That's what I've been reading all these books. The whole thing is about a holy guardian angel, which is essentially your wife. And in your wife, you see, basically, it's that whole Zohar statement that only where a man and a woman are united will you find the presence of God. So, if you want to unite with God, you have to unite with a woman.
Have you ever seen It's a Wonderful Life?
Yeah.
I just watched it. Yes, a couple days ago.
Dude, America was amazing. If you ask my dad, he's like, my childhood was like, it was like paradise.
Yeah.
Fucking America was great.
My dad about Carter. I was like, so tell me about Carter who just died. He's like, he prevented me from going on a vacation when I was a kid. He's like, I hate the guy. I was like, what happened?
Who's gonna get killed?
Yeah. He's like the lines for gas and oil.
Oh.
When there was like an oil crisis.
Oh, he was to blame, huh? Why did he fuck it up?
He said that the gas was running out on the planet. That they were running out of gas.
But that's just what they said, right? And it wasn't true.
Yeah, but he scared everybody.
Oh, and he put those solar panels on the White House.
Scared everybody. My grandfather was about to go to Atlantic City for a week vacation, and on his way home from work, he was seeing the lines to get gas was like down the block, and they were going to drive to Atlantic City. And my grandpa came home and was like, "That's it. The vacation's canceled. The lines for gas are too long. It's like people are waiting 2 or 3 hours just for gasoline." So they canceled their whole vacation at Atlantic City. My dad was a kid. He was fucking pissed. And that's because of Carter.
Mm.
So, anyway.
Yeah, the presidents. I hope Trump, I was just in a Grant Cardone room on X, and they're saying, like, Trump's going to come out blazing. And, that Senator Warren Harris is like a big foe. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. But I read the Treasury, all their computers got hacked. So maybe it's a good thing I haven't turned my laptop on since April. But I'm going to try to go back to work, I think January 21st. And
why don't you, have you seen Seinfeld? How about pulling
that's exactly what I'm going to do. Because it literally.
It's so bad, like nothing's happened.
I'm gonna get a note from my doctor. I'm gonna get a note from my lawyer, and I'm gonna write my own note. And they're gonna have a meeting, and they're gonna do all this and that. And I bet you anything, it's just like my first. I'm like, they'll upgrade my warning to like a higher level, but it won't even result in a full termination.
But don't you have to worry? Aren't you gonna you can't then get full disability, correct?
I can still apply for it even if they terminate me.
No, but you can't be getting the full disability you're getting at work at the same time. It's like one or the other.
No, I work with people that are on full disability. They're double dipping. They're all double dippers.
Really?
All of them, and they proudly say it. They're like, I was diagnosed with PTSD. I'm 100% disabled. And I'm like, really? Because I'm pretty sure that if you are truly 100% disabled, so you wouldn't be having this conversation at work right now would you? It doesn't work like that, veteran. It doesn't work like that, American. Just keep paying your taxes. I took this Polish chick out, and like, I paid for dinner. I was like, see that card? I was like, just keep paying it again. That card never runs out for me. She's like, I hate you. She's a hardworking Polish woman who runs a dance business. And I was like, I hope you pay your taxes. I was like, see this credit card? I was like, because you pay your taxes, my card never runs out. And she's like, I hate the US government. I hate your taxation, but thank you for dinner.
So she's a conservative, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. A lot of these girls now are carrying guns and saying, fuck it, let Trump fuck this fuck shit system up. The Indian dentist, she carries a gun on her.
No.
Yeah, she has carry concealed, and she goes to the shooting range.
And a babe.
Dude, I mean, she's got a bootay.
And a fupa?
No, she's looking pretty good, but everybody who works so hard, everybody's going to the gym 7 days a week. If you were a perfect princess, you'd be like working out, 14 hours a week. But no, who the hell does that?
Yeah.
And she drinks, and she's a vegetarian. But we'll see how it goes. And this, I'll tell you something in private when I talk to you next time. But anyways, okay. No, I'm on the throne. I just don't want whoever's listening to hear what I have to say because it's too private.
Who's listening? The government?
I have cell phones on just 10 feet away from me. I'm sure it's picking up the audio.
So it's for tomorrow night. Are you willing to spend money on a ticket, or what are you gonna do?
Let me look at Eventbrite. I mean, I would do Wrigley, even though it's actually kind of insane because like there's no parking and it's like hard as fuck to get in and out of Uber. Are you talking about like the Drake or something?
I think that Sheree told me the Drake is canceled like for good because there was riots and fights a couple years ago.
Fuck.
But what I am going to do, like my friend was talking about Oregon manufacturing, which is the West Loop, and then I know there's also we're looking at a concert possibly, Green Lakes. Well, what kind of event price do you attend if you want to send some options?
Rivers Casino is always free, so.
But not good. Do you do anything at midnight?
Yeah, I mean, being at Rivers and Circle Bar at midnight's not a bad place to be. It doesn't cost a fucking penny.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, look up at Sunday, my sister.
What time are you flying in tomorrow?
I'm with you, I think I get Thursday.
You're going home though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if we. Oh, shit. Got it. Okay, sounds good. All right, I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, see ya.
Okay, peace, mates.
Billion on your books, you'd have some security too. And it's probably provided by MSTR. I'd love love to have some security. By the way, I'm gonna have a bigger security team by the end of the year too, to protect me against my 1,000 BTC. Come on, Sharon, let's dance.
When you lose an associate, specifically because they were identified with this space, you'll be more careful too.
Gary, how long do you know me, Gary?
And Gary knows me.
Gary, how long have you known me, Gary? How long have you known Sharon, and how long have you known me?
Grant, I've known you quite a long time.
What's the chances I'm gonna be more careful?
Not worth answering.
And should I be, though? Gary, should I be more careful about this?
Well, I don't get it, okay? I mean, in fact, the Sharon seems kind of comfortable but uncomfortable to talk about it. Like, for me, I'd want to know, if this is the dark secret of Bitcoin. One, I want to know all things. Two, I'd like to identify, like, okay, how many people out of the population of how many people, is it higher than incidental? You know, are there extenuating circumstances that this story also includes drug dealing and prostitution or who knows what? Like, just pulling it out of the air. I mean, look, Grant, you and I, a kid in high school blew his head off, you know, at 18 years old. I mean, it happens, right? I don't know the whole story behind it, but it happens. I'm not going to say that everybody in Lake Charles is subject to, you know, suicide. It just, to me, but I'll bet you, I mean, look, I hate talking about security in these rooms. I have always found it for 2.5 years the most bizarre thing. Everybody talks is about doxing, and then they want to tell me how to carry my you know, however many Bitcoin I do or don't have in my wallet when I cross country lines and on a ledger or whatever. I'm like, why would you guys talk about how you secure your shit? There is no industry I've ever been in that, you know, 20% of the dialogue is you have to do it this way. Like, nobody told me I had to do my goal a certain way or my guns a certain way. Well, in fact, they do with guns, right? Because guns, you know, if they're not safe, what happens? Anyway, I don't get it, and sadly, I don't have the luxury, nor do you, Grant, of hiding behind, you know, a funny face, or like, I'm out there. I'm not. I have zero interest in hiding. Okay, if I have to join a club and then I have to hide from people, that's just not the lifestyle I want, right? So.
But that's the privilege that we all have in the States.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
but I think the question, though, that Grant was asking,
yeah.
Grant was asking a very motivating question, which is, hey, what is your goal for the end of the year? And to then bring doxing into it, it's a little Debbie Downer, if I may, because it really, I don't think that it's correlated. I think that, hey, I'm going to do 1,000 2025 too. I will have 1,000 Bitcoin by 2025. They're going to come attack.
How much you going for?
1,000, total 1,000. That's been my goal all along. And I think I can get there, but it requires sacrifice, and it also, for me, requires me to be vocal about it, open as to what my goals are. That keeps me on track. And dude, if they're going to come get me, I mean, fucking bring it. You know, I do know that's, but they're not going to get anything from me. I have children. So why anyone would talk about how they handle their gold, their silver, their marijuana, their heroin, or their US dollars or Bitcoin is so beyond me. It's the weirdest thing it's the weirdest phenomenon about this industry that I think that I've witnessed. Is the whole conversation about self-custody. And I don't mean to belittle it, but I think it's more of a private conversation with your priest than a one of, sorry, I got a call. Okay, where are we headed here? What are we talking about? What's the price of Bitcoin right now? 95-ish, 94? Had a nice little comeback, didn't it, Aiden? Dark side.
Yeah, 92.6.
92.6 now?
Yeah, it's been wild volatility. I mean, all leverage above 20x got wiped out in like 2 or 3 hours, which is pretty incredible to see. I know we're used to volatility now, but 5% wicks in Bitcoin in under an hour on the upside and the downside, I think that's pretty crazy. I think we're all just oversensitized.
Has the volume changed in the last 4 or 5 days, or did the volume not?
Gary, can we go back, because the volume's definitely down over the holidays. Can you tell me what the wick is and why we had, and what you just said again, explain that to me?
Hey, you go ahead and tell them what the wick means.
So when you say, when you talk about a wick, when you're looking at a chart, you're talking about the candlesticks. And when I say wick, I mean, like a dynamite wick, kind of. It just, it burns out either upwards or downwards.
Yeah, that's a good example. And the longer that wick, Grant, the more violent that wick is, it's sending messages to the market, right? So that's what these guys are saying.
The wick, I'm looking at some wicks right now, mostly red wicks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, he's talking about.
So I'm looking at wicks on volume. Am I seeing wicks on volume and wicks on price right now at 92.6?
That's probably price what you're saying.
I am. And then I'm seeing some candlestick looking things.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
so
what was
the
he saying
candles
about
got wicks, right?
the candles have wicks?
In real life.
Yeah. Oh, I see the candles have wicks. Am I doxing myself right now?
Hey, so Grant, the wicks indicate
Yes.
the peaks in the valleys, right? So on the candle,
I don't
the
like
candle
the
is
valleys, right?
no, nobody likes the valleys. But so on the candle's the thick part of the bar, right?
Okay, got it.
Then the skinny part is the wick, and the wick indicates what the either the top or the bottom of that bar was, whether it's a red bar or a green bar.
Uh-huh.
So if it's a green candle, that means price is at the top of that green bar. But
And the wick
above it,
suggests what as opposed to the bar?
wick is where the price traveled before.
Before the close of that bar. So like, Grant, do you have the Trading View app? Do you have an iPhone? Do you have a Trading View app?
I'm looking at Coinbase right now.
Okay. I'd suggest you get Trading View. It's free. It's awesome.
Trading View.
Yeah.
Does it cost anything?
No, it's free.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I found is like kind of the best app for.
Okay,
stocks
what do I
and
want to
other
do? I
stuff.
want to add some kind of, because I don't see any candlesticks at all here. I just see a bunch of red and green lines down at the bottom.
Yeah, so you just want to download the Trading View app, and then you can add a ticker, and you can add just like any ticker, whether that's MicroStrategy or Bitcoin or anything else. You can add a ticker, and then you can click on it, and it'll show you the candles. But the nice thing about it is you can do your stocks plus the Bitcoin. It has kind of everything aggregated into one.
The best way to think about a
Thank
wick is relative volatility, where your bid and your asks have to meet. in
Yeah,
terms of
Gary,
where
and I
your-
interrupted you about volume.
Wait, so no?
Hey, Grant, you know what? You wanna know what you need to know about charts? There's a ton of them on the bottom of the ocean in Florida with the ships they sail.
That's hilarious.
That's what you need to know.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I'm not that
Look,
guy.
kill
I'm
the
not that guy.
chart. Kill the
But I
chart.
do come in here to buy stuff, right? So I got a couple buy orders in right now. And I'm just trying to, when you guys talk about candles, I'm like, okay, do I need to learn what the candles are? Probably not, huh?
No, I don't think so. I wouldn't worry about
Yeah,
it.
I'm just,
You don't need to. It's just tracking over time, right? And
over short periods of time.
Yeah, you don't need to know it. It's a trader's tool. I mean, unless you're trying to minute by minute day trade, which you're not. You're looking for long-term
And
investments.
you're doing that to figure out when to buy something, right? You're trying to predict some.
For a short-term
Y'all know any
setup.
really rich traders?
Well,
I
as Joe said earlier, if you want any real price movement, you're gonna need people with big bags and big leverage to come in and move the price. And leverage traders, they have to use charts, of course. And so you just kind of look at you just use it as a tool to see what the leverage traders or the spot market has done. And it doesn't matter long term, not really. But it's just kind of like popcorn to eat well.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, that's a good description, Aiden. Like, I buy whenever I'm gonna buy, and that's it. Like, I don't get complicated about it, but to your point, it's still fun to just kind of look at the volume, look at where things are, how it's trending, and some of more of that technical stuff, just because I'm curious, not because I'm, trying to profitize the future or something.
Yeah, do any of you guys think we get back to this 108 before mid-January?
Well, I guess the question is, so we're coming up on end of tax year, right? And there was a question about capturing losses before, but I'm thinking potentially more the other direction. Like, are there people who are waiting for the new year to come around so that they don't take the tax hit this year to sell?
Yeah, I agree with that. Why would you do that? Why would you do that this year?
So we could see a drop early January potentially if there are a lot of people who said, you know what, I've held this for a long time. Hopefully that doesn't happen, right? I'm all about holding it forever.
Hey, what's it gonna go into?
Well, then they would they could turn around and take a position the next day, Gary, same price.
Yeah.
I think they have to wait 30 days.
No.
No.
Not
Not
on
in Bitcoin, no.
Not in cryptos.
That's the wash sale rule.
Which is super cool, Gary, if you think about the hybrid.
Yeah.
If I do that inside the fund,
Yeah.
okay, can you imagine writing off $20 million in depreciation and then writing off another
So let's think.
20 million of losses and picking a position back up the same day?
Yeah, I got it. So.
You want to paint your little picture too? Little red truck?
I made $40 million this year in profit. January the 1st, TikTok, I get to take the sale, right? Do I delay my tax, really? But what am I gonna take that investment into? Where am I headed? Where am I gonna take that $40 million, guys?
There's nowhere to take it. I wasn't saying for investment purposes. I was saying more like.
No, I don't disagree with you. I think, like, and I have that kind of issue, right? But I look at it and go, well, what the hell am I gonna go into? I mean, just to save money on tax. By the way, agreed with everyone tonight. Everyone thinks we're gonna have lower taxes. Why would I sell anything in January, dude? Until I have some clarity, I'm holding on to everything.
But there's some investors who are going to discount it and trade early.
Yeah, maybe some. I mean, there's
Jan 1.
Dude, there's gonna be some Bitcoin people right now that don't like 92 and they sell it.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I have
they
a
are
friend
doing
that I have a friend that had wanted to buy a house. He was renting and he sold his Bitcoin to put a down payment on his house. And this was when it was at 60K.
Yeah,
couple months ago?
rocks, man.
It's bummer, right? So I think we could see people like that come January thinking something similar. Hey, I'm gonna sell it now, capture it. Yeah.
Yeah, what a stupid reason to sell the greatest asset on the planet.
I know, right?
I don't want to pay tax, man. Unbelievable. Stupid reason to get off a monster ride. Makes no sense to me. Like the upside says, the risk is to the upside here. Like it is. The 900 points of risk is to the upside, and you have, I don't even know what the downside is, 1 or 2. It's just not even close to me. It's still so asymmetric.
Well, I just think it's fascinating that we're
afraid to go on this long, this asymmetric. Sorry, John. Even at the 16 level and the 26s and the 46s, even if you got your head ripped off through all those periods, although it was uncomfortable, man, at least for Bitcoin, I think you go through that journey. well worth it.
Yeah, most long-term holders aren't touching it, but there's going to be guys from the last cycle in 2017 and recently. It's predictable. There's going to be some selling Jan 1. I can see that to Jan 3. And then there'll just be an opportunity for you to buy.
Yeah, I know a lot of people in the altcoin space that have on the short-term rally when things kind of flipped over into the alts, maybe entered into a position that they're bullish in, but not the right price. So not as big of a market as Bitcoin, obviously, but I know a lot of people.
Their cap gain trigger, is that really January the 1st, or is it 1 year and a day?
I mean, it's what Trump, and I'm looking at this from an M&A perspective. So if what Trump says he's going to do, it'll be retroactively marked on Jan 1. If he gets it past, say, Jan 30th or Feb 30th, it'll be retroactive for the year.
And what's he trying to get past?
Lower capital gains.
To what level?
We don't know yet, but we know that we know that it'll probably be lower. I mean, that's what everyone's trading on.
Yeah, and you think people would sell knowing that?
Correct. Well, people will sell thinking that. Yeah, exactly. They're hoping that Trump's going to go that direction, and they're probably right. I mean, it's probably 90% shot.
Okay, who else we got up? I'm having a hard time thinking with that, but okay. John has requested, let's see if I can bring him up. Did we get the grants 200 people? No, we didn't. Yeah, 194. It went to 194. Mike Mack is listening. Mike, what are you doing down there with your ABC, bro? ABC. We had somebody up here talking about, what was it, Solana. I actually heard somebody last night propose that Ethereum would have this year, this next cycle. I mean, they were so bearish. It was unbelievable. Yes, sir, John. I love your face, your body, the little doggy. Come on in, man.
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing good.
First time listener. I know very little bit about Bitcoin. Retired truck mechanic. Trying to buy a house, but now I'm just like, the housing market is crazy. I hear you talking about Bitcoin and all this. I got about $28,000 sitting in the bank. What's your thoughts?
Give it to Grant.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think about 28 grand. Number one, don't buy a house with it.
Okay.
You're just gonna, you can't buy a house for 28 grand anymore.
Correct.
Unless you're gonna go to Jackson, or you're gonna go to Mississippi somewhere and pay cash for the house, fix it and flip it. That'd be one thing you could do. But if you're talking about a place to live,
No, I don't mind renting, but I hear all this talk about Bitcoin. Should I get involved?
Well, should you? Sure, you should get an education though. You shouldn't go buy something you don't know anything about it. Now it sounds to me like, how old are you? 45, 46 years old?
62.
Oh man, you sound good for 62, bro. I hope I sound as good as you do when I'm your age.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, you got 28 grand. You got any other money anywhere? 401ks, IRAs?
No.
Life insurance?
Not just to cover my burial. That's about it.
Yeah. Well, you don't even need to worry about that. Shit, cash that one in now. You ain't gonna care about that. So,
right.
What would I do with 28 grand a day? I'd find somebody like me and invest it with a guy like me. I don't have place in any of my funds right now for you to do that, but I would find a guy that is investing in real estate that cash flows. Unless you're willing to go to zero and you're 28, cross your fingers, and you buy a part of the Bitcoin, cross your fingers, and you're to zero. Which that doesn't bother me either, because 28 grand is no money anyway. You know it and I know it. It's, you're one emergency from being broke.
Right.
And what happens to people that have 28,000 as their emergency money is they end up having an emergency and then they go broke.
Right.
So the whole thing, the Dave Ramsey thing, is keep 28 grand for your emergency. Why, bro? If you have an emergency, you don't want money. You want to call your friends and say, help me out.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
So I would find something that I'm really sure about. I started when I was, I don't know, 28 years old, I started with $3,000 and I invested in real estate because I knew I couldn't lose it. It paid me a couple $100 a month, and I went and bought another piece of real estate, and then I just kept repeating that over and over again. But it was real estate I didn't live in, and I rented it to people.
Well, I had a house, and I fixed it up, sold it. I made good money on it. And,
Good.
Then I went and helped out one of my siblings down in South Florida.
Because you had some money. You had some money, so you went and helped them out. If you wouldn't have had any money, you wouldn't have helped them out.
Correct. And so now I'm looking to, I was hoping the housing market would crash and I could get back involved in it, but that didn't happen yet. So
And that
now
ain't gonna
I'm
happen.
hemming and hawing.
Yeah, you're not having a crash in housing. Anybody waiting for that crash, you're gonna be waiting for decades.
Okay, so a little too late in the game for me to get involved in Bitcoin or what?
No, it's not too late in the game.
How do I get involved in that?
Bro, my brother just bought some today. He doxed himself and he bought some today. So if my brother's buying at 95, anything you get close to that, he doesn't pay top dollar for anything. Okay, he's always looking at the value.
I paid 108 too, Gary.
I know you did, son.
Or 106, I think, 106.
What do
Hey,
you
John.
mean when you guys say like 95, 106? What does that mean?
That's a price.
The price, $95,000 per Bitcoin or $108,000 per Bitcoin.
Oh,
But
shit.
but you don't need to buy a whole Bitcoin. You can buy a fraction of a Bitcoin, or if you have
You would buy a third of it. You would buy
brokerage account.
$28,000 worth.
You
Yeah.
can buy $1 if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, where do I go to do this? I mean, how do I get going?
Okay, so what I would suggest is you have a lot of research that you need to do first. Like
Okay.
what Grant is talking about
Maybe
is,
Johnny just wants to go buy a damn.
well, I mean, if you just want to, if you want to go
$28,000.
for it, then like, yeah, by all means, go for it.
But
But
you walk up to the
they're
casino
different.
table, you bang, you say, hey, I want to put my money, 28 grand on Bitcoin and go.
So if you want to do that without learning anything about it, totally fine. The best way to do that without understanding the security and how to, protect it and all of that would be to buy it through an ETF.
ETF.
Yeah,
So like if you've got a,
On your
Look,
phone.
why don't you DM John in the background? John is a personal coach for people starting on their first
Oh, no.
Bitcoin purchase.
I'm happy to do
John
it.
does this for a living. He's a full-time
Oh, man.
consultant. And he actually, this is his business and he supports people. It's a charitable thing he does for people.
Okay. Yeah, like
I'm
I said,
assuming you're on a
nothing about this. I didn't mean to interrupt everybody else because you guys all sound like professionals, but I just figured I was listening and, let's see what they say.
Hey Grant, can you give me an honorary diploma or something for this?
Sure, I'll bless you with it right now. Sign of the cross. Bang.
Thank you.
You're blessed.
I feel blessed. 10x blessed.
10x, man, 10x. And guys, there's my 203. I got 203. Oh, you guys are awesome, man. Gary, wow, what a great room you have, Gary. Two out of
Yeah, buddy.
7 people here could actually post something in comments. So here's some of the comments, Gary. By the way, I'm gonna be reading your comments, folks, okay? Let's see, we have shitcoins or money laundering by Blue Collar. Blue Collar also says, Mr. Positive here, Bitcoin is nothing more than a global collective of fiat. Energy has no value. Justin Belcher says shitcoiners are all over the place. Troy Lindsay says target holding at the end of 2025 is 21 million. Wow. And then, of course, we have the same guy, Mr. Negative, Blue Collar Dangerous, continues to comment. You guys will never be able to understand shitcoins. I'll hurt your brain to try. It's beyond your financial generational comprehension. David Hill, did you get some Bitcoin today? We have, I don't know how many of these you want me to do, Gary. 238 is likely for a new high. David Kiefer. Yeah, guys, what's the new high going to be? Or the new low? Post it in comments. My brother's telling me what wicks are. We got a lot of comments by a lot of people here. Thank you, guys. We got West Palm Beach in the house. Martin wants 6. I'm doxing him, I guess. But come get you, Martin, up in West Palm. I'll be there tomorrow night. We got Joey Lathrop, California. He's going to have 8 Bitcoin. Nation 93 says Grant Cardone is talking crypto. I love it. Guys, I'm not really talking crypto. I'm really talking about, I just don't believe in cash anymore. Like, I just don't believe the US dollar. I've been saying this for 6 years too. What is it worth, really? Alex says 2 Bitcoin. And we got Big Head says he's going to have 250K. That's a lot of Bitcoin, bro. Florida man says it's going to be a low of 87,000. Bernie said,
I thought you were going to say low of 87.
Yeah, 87,000.
Yeah.
And Bernie says, Grant, chill with the Fed questions. It's funny. I'm under the belief that the federal government knows everything about me, including where my accounts are. And if they don't, they can demand them in a moment's notice, and I will have to produce them. Is that right, Gary?
I totally agree, man. And I don't want to live in a world like that. That's not the world I want to live in. I think you got to correct it. You can't.
Well, if you decide not to live in the world anymore, let me know. But send your Bitcoin my way before you decide not to live in this world anymore. All right? You got me in your will, right?
Your wheel? What's that mean, man?
My will, your will.
Oh, you mean that kind of a wheel?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about my tire on my car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't talk about it. I don't want to dox you or me. Let's see. Did you see that David Kiefer said, who also, by the way, I agree with it, it's 238. I'm at 228. David Bachman said there is downside risk to voter sentiment if too aggressive reform starts to break. Things even MAGA cares about. Not saying it isn't worth the risk, but wide open. Dude, this guy needs to break everything down so fast. We should be shocked at what he does.
Somebody just bought $5 million worth of Bitcoin.
So, hey, check this out. I wonder who that is. Somebody said here that the guy, anyway, there's somebody in here suggesting that, there's more to the story of the guy that lost his Bitcoin. That's sad, man. That's sad. But I don't think that it's, if I was worried that people are going to be gangsters on me in a product, Grant, does that bother you?
No. Jason says, by the way, somebody coming to rob me for my Bitcoin doesn't make them a killer. You know what I'm saying?
So I think with
somebody said,
Bitcoin,
I'm not willing to lose my life over my Bitcoin. I'm like, bro, you're probably not going to lose your life over your Bitcoin because the guy coming to rob it ain't a killer. Jason says 225. The high is going to be 250, and the low is going to be 72. Go ahead, sir. You were going to say something before I interrupted you.
I was just going to say, if somebody wanted to rob you, Grant, it'd be really hard to do. A lot of your wealth's in real estate. How are you going to rob?
Yeah, I'm like, how much you want to take, bro? Like, what you got? How big's your truck? How big's your truck? You want 1 unit? You want 3,000 units? Where are you going to take it off to now? I guess he could threaten me with my life. Any of you guys listening right now, you come threaten me with my life, you're going to have to take my life. I'm actually willing to die for my property.
Well, it'd just be hard to do, but if you had it all in Bitcoin, somebody put a gun to your head, they could take it from you like that and it'd be done.
No.
It would just add to that 17% of Bitcoin that's lost forever.
That's right. That's right. I'm gonna make a contribution to the rest.
Well, maybe that's what you got them clear on that, but that's what that's the idea is that it's a Bitcoin transaction is final and immediate, and if somebody knows you control a lot of Bitcoin, they think that it's
it's easy to get you to just do something that's final and immediate and can, get them an immense wealth. I don't know if it's worth talking about, but, crime
Worked really
happens
great.
everywhere.
I was gonna say, it worked really great for, basically every illegal activity that's had to give their money back. And the reason the US government owns Bitcoin today is because someone did something illegal and the government forced them to give them the Bitcoin, right? From Silk Road on down to everything else. If you have a big enough stick, you can take stuff from people. And it's just a matter of what you're going to do to not give it up at that point in time.
Right. Yeah, it's just more of an attractive of a crime for criminals going after crypto because if it's stealing a car, you don't have to move it out of country. It's the easiest asset to steal and convert and get away with.
It's also pretty easy to track that.
You're not making any more fans and friends in Bitcoin by having this conversation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's just like anything else as far as like if someone wants to steal something bad enough, they're gonna find ways to do it. Like just like someone, social engineering your, bank login information and using your PayPal to buy crap on Amazon and getting it delivered and stuff like that. Like it's the same conversation as far as that goes. Grant, I don't know if you can answer a question. I had a question. I swear, you had a much different tone about Bitcoin 4+ years ago. I believe, having conversations back in the Clubhouse days, and conversation, I don't think you would have said something like, I'm looking to acquire 1,000 Bitcoin or anything like that. Like, what has been the biggest change for you over time in seeing Bitcoin as an asset? I don't know if you obviously put it to the same level of real estate yet, just because it's a different type of asset. It's not a cash flowing business. Like what's gotten you to that point now where it's like an interesting thing that you want to have? I mean, other than just,
I finally figured out how to combine the two. So I'm not, I figured out how to combine the two and get the best of both worlds. I get my cash flow buys my Bitcoin, because I'm at a point in my life where I don't have to have the cash flow. So I'm like, but I'm still buying my real estate. The underlying asset is still the real estate. And it just funds my Bitcoin purchase. Also, I'm doing it for my partners because I believe it's better for our partnerships. We already have a long-term horizon. So I just figured out how to hybrid them. And rather than sitting on a bunch of cash or distributing a bunch of fiat that we go buy groceries with, the investors within my ecosystem that can afford to use the distributions from the cash flow to buy Bitcoin and accumulate that over longer periods of time. So you can see what I'm doing.
Account.
Say again?
So essentially it's a savings account.
Yeah, it's our real estate produces a bunch of cash. So rather than just sitting on more cash and more cash and more cash, at some point you don't need more cash. At some point, people won't need more Bitcoin. They'll want to go buy something with it. Right? So
he found a way to enhance IRR, right? And so it sounds like you're taking the NOI.
Mike can't buy all the Bitcoin. If he does, it's a problem. Can't have one owner. You don't have a market.
You sure trying.
I hope not. I hope that's not the goal, because that means this whole thing is no fun.
No, I don't think everybody's ever going to have the ability to buy all the Bitcoin. It's just the nature of it, and people not wanting to sell it. It's too many people own a lot of Bitcoin that will never sell it, and it'll be much more looked at as that asset where they try to take loans on it, just like they would, large quantities of stock and things like that to live off of, versus actually having to sell that asset. Kind of like you would never want to sell most people, unless you're flipping the property, you rather cash flow it, and then if you needed something, you take a loan on that property versus having to sell it to go to the next one, I'm assuming.
How's it going, everybody? Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, buddy, go ahead, man.
Legends Cardone, it's good to see you both. Gary Grant, always enjoy hearing your perspective, seeing you out there. I wanted to jump up a few minutes ago when the gentleman was
He called you a legend.
asking
Gary.
about.
What's
He
that?
called you a legend.
Oh, nice. Thank you, sir.
I truly believe that about both of you guys. You have an awesome perspective and an excellent delivery of your message, and I'm constantly learning from you both. So you are legends in my book. I wanted to jump up a few minutes ago when the gentleman who was 60-ish years old was talking about buying Bitcoin. He wanted to get in. That's, first of all, if you're a Bitcoin believer or crypto believer, that little moment should have excited you, because that is retail coming in saying, how do I buy? Basically, take my money in a way. And the easiest way for people to do that is jump on something like Coinbase. You know, if you're still listening out there, buddy, download an app called Coinbase. Go to Coinbase.com. You can pick up your first Bitcoin there, nice and easy. And when you're ready, you can start to learn about the awesome world of self-custody. But step one, get Coinbase, connect your bank account, buy your Bitcoin. Welcome to the world of opportunity. Final point is, he was asking about, and a lot of people ask about, is it too late? I remember seeing Bitcoin in a black banner on the Silk Road at $80. I remember just within the last 2-ish years buying Bitcoin at around 16K. And just like that, because time does what time does, it evaporates right before our eyes, Bitcoin hit 105K. It's mind-boggling how fast that went. I can't even believe that time flew by that fast. Granted, past performance isn't indicative of future performance, but if the administration that is coming into office does what it says it's going to do, and the world continues to adopt Bitcoin as a standard like it is, I see only one direction for the price to go up. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mike Mack, what is up, buddy? How you doing? Give me some news.
What's up, Legend Cardones? I call both y'all Legend too. I think KG had it right. I got Bitcoin at 103 by the end of this week, and I got it at 118 after Trump's inauguration.
Oh, there's a man that sticks his willy out.
Believe it.
Sticks it on the line, dog. I like that. 103 end of week, 118 January the 21st.
Correct. That's what I'm thinking. What? By the way,
I want to know everybody else's.
By the way, to everybody in the audience listening, the passphrase to get into the Cardone New Year's Eve party is Dark MAGA. Just letting you know.
That's the password, bro.
So you excited about the Trump thing coming in? We're getting closer now. I mean, this is it's about to take off. You think people are going to start buying back after? Because they're selling off right now, baby. Buy back.
30 days in the hole, in the dark MAGA hole, baby.
Somebody's gonna want to clip that,
baby. Dark MAGA. Sorry, I had to go off there for a second.
Nothing wrong with that. That's some good singing. That's good eating right there. Do people gonna be buying back this week? What you think? Get some short-term gains for some people coming up in this next starting on what?
I guess everybody's gonna sell, man, for tax avoidance.
Well, let me preface it with this, Gary. So you're going to get some people selling who own, but on the flip side, you're going to get people who are incentivized to buy who haven't bought yet because of the fact that Trump may actually eliminate cap gains completely on crypto. So there is that element too. I think it's a very short-lived cycle of tax loss selling.
From your mouth to God's ears, that capital gains tax will be a heaven freaking sent miracle.
There's no way that happens. If it does, no, I'm not saying it does, but there's a great probability of directional. That's what I was saying earlier when Gary asked the question: what is the amount of the capital gains reduction? And I said, we don't know, so it could be it could even be it doesn't matter, whatever it is, it's gonna bring buyers in.
You think there's gonna be any preference for the American, crypto companies like he's talking about, Algorand, XRP, Cardano, stuff like that?
Yeah, I think they'll craft that in. Yeah, they'll weave something in that's favorable for US based companies for sure. And to bring crypto back home, that kind of thing, et cetera, et cetera.
Mike, are you still on about that XRP thing?
Break it up, can't hear you.
Good to see you, man.
Oh, let's have that conversation. Gosh, what is XRP doing? I haven't noticed.
$2.
Same thing everybody else is doing right now.
Dark side's like, don't do it, Gary, don't do it.
I'm still waiting to see. Look, I'm still waiting to see what the hell's going to go on with Tether. That's gonna give us a little bit of direction coming on. I know everybody thinks that we're just going to buy into it. I'm not so sure about that. Of course, I could be totally wrong. We'll see.
What's happening in the world of Tether these days? I feel like I'm out of the loop in the altcoin, shitcoin world.
Fun times. That AI 16Z little freaking AI buyer. I don't know all the details behind that thing, but it's stirring some stuff up as well.
Yeah, that's the one. I was wrong about Fartcoin. It was the AI coin that hit 1.8 billion.
Yeah, there's talk and maybe even official announcement of Tether not supporting Europe or the EU. They're doing some kind of jurisdictional.
It's FUD. Yeah, it's FUD. It's the same Tether FUD.
That's way better than the conversations last, bull run where they were wondering if Tether even owned enough assets to cover out their outlying Tether. So that's positive, I guess.
They always brag Tether and they always make sure. I will give Tether that. They overcome the worst. They've overcome probably the worst FUD of anybody. So.
Well, they got $7.7 billion in Bitcoin plus all U.S. treasuries, right? So,
I was told it was confirmed that in the EU, Tether is no longer being used. Is officially banned in Europe.
That's correct.
And that doesn't surprise me because there's other stable coins coming to market that literally just launched, backed by, you call it Andreessen Horowitz, Dragonfly Capital. I mean, there's some pretty big stablecoin projects coming out in the next 30, 60 days.
There is one stablecoin that just came out. I can't remember the name of it. It was some company. I think they call it Brad Coin or something like that. Come on, Darkside, help me out. What's the name of that coin? Damn it, I can't think of it.
I don't know the name of that coin, but I think the EU is banning drinking water.
It's called US dollars. Is US dollars the stable
That's
coin?
not a stable coin, actually.
All the stable coins just track US dollars.
That's a shit coin.
I don't know why you'd want to peg your asset to something with permanent inflation.
Well, stable coins are pretty cool, and there's some that are better than others. Like you have a company called Liquidity on Ethereum that is strictly backed by ETH, so you don't have all of that. Wait, there's a point to it. Okay, I won't go down the dark rabbit hole. Point is, there's different stable coins that have different pros and cons. But when you're out there trying to preserve your value in crypto, so you're not having to go in and out of fiat,
Yo, you're breaking up, bro. Nobody can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, stablecoins.
The summary,
like you said, originally.
Yo, Shannon and KG, I think both you guys ought to drop and come back. Second Moon, what up, man? How you doing? What's going on? Then David Hill's got his hand up. That could mean he is available or not available. So we'll see. But maybe if we give him a little lead time. What is up, Second the Moon? Man, you guys make it hard sometimes. I gotta squint to see these names. Okay, he's not available. How about Floridida? Floridida.
Thanks, Gary. Grant, I was just curious actually a little bit on the structuring of your funds. Are you basically raising, I don't know, call it 70, 80 million of equity, and then you're adding some sort of leverage, senior leverage on top to buy the Bitcoin in the initial balance sheet? And then are you taking the NOI from the properties themselves and then continually buying Bitcoin for the next 5 years? Is that the idea? No leverage. Yeah.
I think Grantham,
Adding Bitcoin and real estate together. Yeah, but he's making it. I think he's. Go ahead, Grant.
I thought you were the cracker. I was gonna try to cover for you, bro.
oh, no, I don't hear everybody speaking. I heard you though.
Can you hear me? Or maybe I need to go back up.
See, if somebody's speaking right now, I don't hear you. You should recycle. Can't be me.
Yeah, I'll drop down and then come up.
Grant, the guy wanted to know about how your Bitcoin layered in as debt and where it fit into your portfolio, and how, he also commended you for being a genius.
Oh, well, the last part is,
give it a little
the
time.
last part is, if you call common sense and just very practical person a genius, sir, I'm not.
just saying. Because somebody had mentioned OBS. Technically speaking, there is a way to broadcast
Yeah, I know,
live,
I know,
but
I
not
know.
really live.
No, he was
You're
answering
speaking
questions. She was answering people's
I
questions.
shouldn't have said that because I kind of regret saying that a little bit.
Yeah.
It's still funny that I said it.
It is funny that you said it, and anyone with a brain will understand that it was a joke, but there are not many people with brains that work as well as they should here. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think he's traveling though. Like I think he's traveling. I saw a report
He
that
is
said
on
he's
his
traveling.
playing Path of Exile 2 using Starlink.
Well,
Yes, he literally said so himself in his meeting, man.
If he has time to be Adrian, there's obviously more than one Elon Musk. Because there's no way.
Okay, now we're entering some different territory.
Well, and also Elon, I posted this earlier. Elon has these awkward pauses all the time when he speaks, and Adrian, you speak extremely fast.
Yes.
So that's how I can tell that you guys are not the same.
Yes. Yes.
Like Elon was pretending.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. I am effectively, you could say, the Gen Z super speedy version of Elon that does public speaking more than engineering. In a sense.
Yeah,
Even though I do a lot more
so
engineering as well, this is my job, but I do a lot of public speaking.
Elon could be you, but you couldn't be Elon. It just wouldn't work out that way. Elon would have had to.
I would have to be less public for sure, because I put a lot more of my brain power into the other thing. I could do it. It's just what he's doing wouldn't be like this exact life that he's leading wouldn't be something I would sustain for myself, unless of course I had a clear path. Then I might do it. He's already doing it. I have a different path.
This was settled like yesterday. You still think that they're the same? No way, dude.
Yeah. It's gotten so bad now that even legacy media likes to perpetuate the bullshit. They're the ones who say, the netizens have uncovered it. Like, since when have you listened to the netizens? Like, I thought a few years ago, the netizens were a bunch of people that you could trust for anything. I thought that was the idea, that you could trash talk citizen journalism. So why is now quote-unquote citizen journalism a thing that they believe in? Because it's convenient? Yeah.
Hey, Adrian?
Yeah.
I have to go because I have to go do some prep for my show, which I'm going to be doing in a couple days. So I was just going to say thanks for having me on again. It was a pleasure. And I want to invite you to come on my show sometime. So maybe you can come on Loomer Unleashed and you can be a guest.
Who knows, maybe.
Well, that was a question, like an invite. So will you come on my show?
That depends on which capacity, physically or via call.
It could be a call. I mean, obviously, I'm not into doxing, so I'm not going to have you dox yourself.
Maybe a call, but I'm not giving you my mobile phone number. Absolutely not.
We could do a call. I'm not going to dox you, Adrian. So I was going to have you come on my show via call, but I think it'd be great. So I'm asking you if you want to come on my show. I would love to have you on my show, Loomer Unleashed.
Okay, that depends on what you're gonna ask me there, and yeah.
We could agree on what we were gonna discuss ahead of time, but
I'll I would have to see the material and I'll consider it. I can't make any guarantees. Besides, I'm also a relatively busy individual, so some of my stuff might change, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, it's gonna be a very busy week. First week back for Congress with the speaker's race, and also the certification of the election. So maybe you want to join me to talk about all of that before the inauguration.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But more so, I'm focused less on the politics angle of things, more so the time and mechanical functions of this place kind of things, if that makes sense. And
well, we can
course,
talk about that. I think a lot of people have a lot of concerns about Speaker Johnson getting the endorsement from Trump today. So maybe we can talk about whether or not Mike Johnson is the best person for the job if we want to have an.
I don't know if Mike Johnson is the best person for the job. I didn't vote. I am extremely politically independent. I have never voted in my life for anyone.
Okay. Well, we can talk about this.
I haven't donated to anyone's campaigns either. So it's a thing that I decided, it would be kind of funny. Because like every other time, I was either too young or there were no good options. So
Well, I think that it would be very viral and people would love
It would be person who hasn't got it.
I think that people would really find it to be quite exhilarating if you appeared on Lemur Unleashed.
I'll see if I can make it. I can't make any promises, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right, well, I'm going to DM you some times and some subjects of conversation, and hopefully you'll get back to me, and then we can talk about you coming on Lemur Unleashed.
All right. Sounds good.
And we'll promote it. We'll make a graphic for it, and we'll hype it up.
Sure. All right, good. Awesome.
All righty. All right, well, if I don't talk to you in the meantime, I hope you have a nice New Year, Adrian. Going to any nice parties? Are you going to go to any nice parties?
Me? I don't know. Maybe doing spaces on New Year's all the way through, like last year.
I will request, Laura,
What
if
is
you
it?
can have your followers leave me the fuck alone, I would greatly appreciate that.
What do you mean? I'm not telling any of my followers to do anything to you.
No, Laura, you have to understand. You have a cult following. This means that, you have a cult following, okay? Even though you don't say it, they'll make an interpretation as to what you want, and whoever is like your antagonist is someone they'll harass.
I have a passionate following because I'm a change agent, and people view me as an agent.
Nah, it's a cult following. It's absolutely a cult following, 100%.
Please just leave me
It's not a bad thing. A cult following isn't a bad thing. You keep hearing that in the media. People say that about certain things, like even a movie might have a cult following, but these people are completely normal,
Look, I have nothing to do with any of the platform bullshit, so please just leave me out of it. Please. Everyone.
It's not how I'm feeling.
What?
If you are listening, if you are listening to this space and you are a member of,
I'm allowed to do what I want in my personal time. Just because I have a badge on my account doesn't mean I'm always working in my capacity with X. Like, chill. Am I not allowed to have a personal life, or should I just go on my burner?
You are. If you are,
Laura, don't tell me what I am or what I'm not. You can just leave me alone, please. For the love of God, leave me alone.
You just asked a question.
I'm asking you to please get your hounds off of me. That is all
I'm trying to say right now. I don't have hounds on you. They're not dogs. They're people. First of all,
we're acting like we're not in the 70s. So please, just look at the comments.
I did not encourage anybody to go after you on this call.
You don't have to.
Everybody has.
That's why you call it cult following. Like I said, they'll interpret an antagonist, and they'll say, oh wow, this is an antagonist, I shall fight for a Lemur. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, we're gonna defeat the antagonist. That's what's happening here. Even though you don't realize it.
Don't give a shit.
That's what my fan club is called. My fan club is called. My fan club.
Oh, Jesus, slow down, slow down.
My fan club is literally called Bloomer's Army. That's what they call themselves. Bloomer's Army.
Yeah, so what do you...
Oh my God, so it is a cult.
Wow, that is 100% bona fide a cult, and I can't wait to...
You did start a religion, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, no, don't do that, that'll actually work. Fuck.
Kinda sick. It's kinda sick. Not gonna lie.
What, to be called?
Sick in a bad way or sick in a good way? I mean, having your own personal army, not so bad, eh?
My fan club, they make T-shirts. They have T-shirts that have Bloomer's Army with the upside down.
Oh my God, that's so much worse.
Merchandise. You've got.
I don't know. It kind of sounds like third world invaders to me.
No, they're very.
Oh my God! Holy shit!
My supporters are amazing. So basically, the story behind Bloomer's Army is.
No, they're terrible. You should read these comments, Laura. Look at these comments. They are absolutely garbage. And they are an extension of you. So please,
They're not
leave
an
me the
extension
fuck
of me.
alone and get your hounds off.
I have not encouraged anybody.
Yeah, you don't need to because you have a
Okay, how about this? Laura. Okay, Hannah, Blythe, can you get out up? Can you see him?
Yeah, I keep clicking on it. I sent him a DM invite. I tried to invite him. It just says it keeps throwing an error every single time. Also, Jordan.
Alright, here,
Okay, if you are,
okay,
I'll
Laura
say it.
Katz, I'm gonna use you as the co-host. Bring him up.
If you are a member of Bloomer's Army, please let BP enjoy her night and do not send her any nasty messages.
Nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not very hard.
That was not so hard. Yes, that could have been done from the beginning, man. Laura Katz, still there?
Some of the people.
Everybody has free will. Everyone has free will. I don't.
Actually, I disagree. I think some people have lack self-awareness and therefore do not have as much free will as many others would, and that would be an army of simps. I'm not saying that you got an army of simps. I'm just saying that there are some people who are massive simps, like for instance the people who pay for OnlyFans.
I am not seeing how to request.
But my followers are not. They're just very passionate Americans.
They're
They're
insane.
from all over the
Their
world.
followers are insane. I know some of
I
these
think we should
people
not
that are
conflate
harassing people
passion
right now.
with insanity. By the way,
Yeah,
also
I
passion
know
by
who
definition
these
is
people are. They look familiar. They're the same people.
I love my followers. They're the
I
best
bet you
people.
do. I mean, if you have followers that buy your merch and call them your army, man, holy shit, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll put the link in my well, maybe I should put that in my bio.
Freckle has
Yeah,
like an army of simps herself, you know, it's incredible.
They're called Loomer's Army. It's great.
So
I
I'm
don't
not
know if I
seeing an
can,
option.
unfortunately.
No, they just have, yeah, I should not say that last part.
Yeah, it's not working.
Something's weird.
I'm trying inviting grants.
One of my members, to tell you a story about how loyal and dedicated my people are. So one of my fan club members, I won't dox them because I don't want them to be harassed. But one of my fan club members is so dedicated. They do DoorDash and Uber Eats, and they do this every single day. And every single day, they've ordered so many Loomer's Army shirts that they wear a Loomer's Army shirt everywhere that they go. And then when the people ask them, what's Loomer's Army, they spend the entire time telling them what Loomer is.
100% a fucking cult, man. This is like Jehovah's Witnesses, but for politics. That is incredible. I'm not saying anything against it. They're quite the contrary. That's wow. That's actually a concern. That's why we're concerned. You see, because it's that fucking dedicated. I mean.
It's a beautiful thing to be that dedicated. I love that.
I bet it is, especially for the one who receives the dedication 100%. I disagree.
That's horrible. That is horrible. That you're
No, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's absolutely fucking brilliant. Just to mobilize it as a weapon.
It's like she has them enthralled, right? And that is such.
Yeah, don't weaponize it. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Just don't weaponize your following. That's it. That's all. Don't mobilize it.
Right? That's the concern, right? If they were,
it's
like go out there and be nice and go to an animal shelter and look after the animals, if that was the command, I'd be like, all right, that's kind of cool.
Well, we do that. We do that too. I mobilized my supporters to raise $50,000 for an animal shelter that was destroyed in a tornado here. We do that too, Ian. We're animal rights
that's
activists.
That's a good thing to do.
Oh my God.
Why didn't you keep doing that?
Fundraising.
Honestly, keep doing that. Just keep doing that. Don't harass people. Don't send them after people who don't like you. That's just not cool, right?
But you're gaslighting me. We're on this call.
No, she's not sending anyone after anyone. It's just very dedicated, and I think that exactly, that's the point. We're not saying that. We're not saying that. Ian just said this. I think he said it mistakenly, but we're not saying that you're sending anyone after anyone. Specifically, what we're saying is that your passionate fan base is so passionate that if you have an antagonist, the fan base will go after said antagonist. That is the problem. And I think that BP was a perfect demonstration of exactly that because, well, you did have a bit of a back and forth in which she really was able to pull some stuff off, and I'm pretty sure that passionate fan base does not appreciate that too much. That's the point. Nothing else. So Ian was a little bit wrong on that. You don't send anyone after anyone.
Yeah, 100%. What you said.
By the way, we have Grant Cardone on stage. I just want to say hi to Grant.
Oh yeah, Grant. Sorry I didn't get to speak to you properly yesterday. What's up, man?
No problem, guys. Appreciate you guys. Loomer, I'm a big fan of yours.
Oh, thank you. You must be a
Do you have a Loomer shirt also?
Yeah, I sleep in them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's one of them.
Grant, send me your address, and I will send you a Loomer's Army shirt.
Oh no, don't do that.
This guy's like, no.
Adrian, I'll send you one too.
No, I'm not giving anyone my address. Fuck that.
Fuck that.
Yeah, you could get a P.O. box. I'll send you a Loomer's Army shirt. We have them in all types of colors.
I bet you do.
You would actually really like it because the symbol of Loomer's Army is basically like the dead Twitter bird.
Oh wow! All right.
So it's the Twitter bird.
I would like some X merch though. I would go for the X merch.
It's the Twitter bird upside down. like
With the little
symbolizes
X's in its eyes, yeah, I've seen that.
with X's, yeah, with X's in its eyes.
Exactly,
That-
yeah.
that-
By the way, we're gonna have to
I-
shake up. By the way, Laura, you gonna be around for a little bit, or are you gonna go? Because I wanna bring somebody else up.
I'm gonna let you bring them up, but I want you to know that I am the person who popularized that image of the upside down dead Twitter bird with the X's in its eyes. That's from my Stop the Bias movement. So I'm gonna let you Graham a bit, and then I'll head out. Go ahead, Graham.
Grant.
Hey, Grant.
Grant, the car dude. What's up, dude?
Hey,
Yeah, thanks, Mike's muted.
you can
Yeah.
Muted.
Yeah. Wait, I wanna bring somebody up, but there's like literally not enough space. Who has spoken the least here?
Malcolm, but yeah, I'm worried about the space, right? There's just not enough spaces.
Alright. Not enough space, not enough space. Okay, who's spoken the least? John, can I kick you?
Yeah, you can kick me. I'll be back in a little bit.
Alright. Sounds good. Okay, Lauren Katz, I'm gonna switch you out for Auda, and then Auda can bring up whoever it is, alright? Alright. Okay, good. That's that. Lauren Cat will have to request again. Okay, there we go. Auda, did you get the thing?
It's not working.
Wait, I sent it to the wrong guy. Sorry, I sent it to Suraj. My bad. Suraj, I'm gonna exchange you out for Auda real quick. Sorry about that. So it was like moving on the screen. Okay, then you have to bring Suraj up as well again. God, everything keeps switching on my screen. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Auda.
You know what?
Then we'll bring Suraj back up.
It needs an easier way to manage it. You know, it's just so complicated right now. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's not that it's too complicated. It's that it's extremely simplistic, but it's more so basic than it is simplistic. That's the problem.
Right.
You don't want basic fucking systems. You want simple systems. There's a difference. I don't like things that are basic. Basic is annoying. Simple is beautiful.
Breaking news, Elon Musk just retweeted a segment from this space, and Elon Musk is so talented that he's playing video games on his plane testing Starlink, while also hosting an X base on his burner account, and he quote tweeted it 11 minutes ago and said, "Now that, in all caps, is a psyop they weren't expecting," with a laugh emoji.
Nice. Nice.
Boys, can you let anyone up? Did I? I put Laura back up.
No. Bring back Suraj and this guy.
Yeah.
For some reason, I can't bring anyone up.
Wiggle's down.
That is absolutely insane. Yes.
I can bring Wiggle up if you want.
Hold on, wait. Elliot, your guy isn't requesting. Or if he is, I don't see him.
He's gonna request right now.
It's funny as shit. Oh, that happened like about 14 minutes ago. Nice. Yeah.
Yep. Elon Musk says he wants to be the 9 out of 10 Americans who support tossing Dr. Fauci in a volcano. He says, I'm one of those 9.
Wow. Yeah, Fauci still has to be accountable for the bullshit that he caused many people. Not many individuals are willing to speak on that and say it, but I definitely think so. He's done a lot of damage.
Yes, he has. Prosecute Fauci.
It wasn't the response that was bad in my opinion. Is that the grounds for the response was, to say the least, not scientific enough, I think, personally.
Remember the 6-foot rule? Completely made up.
Yep, they just made that shit up out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like, we just kind of needed people to think that we were doing something, so, somebody came up with a 6-foot rule, and it just, And it,
you know what's fascinating?
Businesses
It was fascinating when it was eventually realized that there was no threat anymore, really. The people that were heavily advocating for the measures, they had a identity crisis again, because these are the types of people. Now, if you imagine, there are things such as socialist regimes, and you would never imagine this, but it is a real thing that occurs, where, say, for instance, your neighbor who you've known for years, you'd never expect this individual to do it, but they're going to dog you in, man. They're going to do the same thing to their grandmother, to their brother, sister, whatever you may have. These are very pathetic individuals. And they would definitely do this. They would betray their own families. They would betray their own friends and neighbors for no reason whatsoever, and just call it. It's the same thing in fucking Germany. Same thing. It's always been like this. Always going to be like that. It's absolutely annoying.
They brought it back during COVID, where they were reporting on each other.
Exactly. You have this thing, and that happens there as well. So if you think about it, I really would like to know the statistics of however many people called their neighbors in for literally no good reason. How many of those had ideations that were consistent with people who support socialism? Just as curiosity. I'm not saying that there were. I'm just thinking it'd be interesting to know if we had the data point.
Of them. Yeah.
It would be a very interesting number to the point where it's like, God damn, that's a hell of a coincidence.
Yep.
Are you still able to let people up or no?
Yeah, I got the
No,
guy.
I absolutely. Anyway, this is.
Oh my
Also,
God.
the head of Loomer's Army just texted me and says to say hello. They sent me a photo of themselves live streaming this Twitter space with
There's a
the Twitter bird logo. Yes, they just texted
Oh my God.
Would they be
Is he like a general or something?
Yeah, general.
Yeah, maybe they can come up in this space. Let me see. They are listening
That
right now.
depends.
I don't know, man.
It's at Loomer's fan club. If you want to follow them on X, it's at Loomer's.
Yeah, we
fan
don't do
club.
promotions here. We don't do promotions
No,
here.
it's not. I'm saying if you want to bring them up, it's at.
No, it's good.
Loomer's fan club.
No. I kind of want to return back to a format earlier. It was one the personal discussion, but sure. Yeah. I didn't think this was gonna happen. I didn't think we are gonna have a part 2, 3, or however much. I didn't think we are gonna have to deal with zombie horses today, but we definitely were dealing with zombie horses. So that is for sure. It does go to show that when it comes to, say, beating a dead horse, sometimes the horse isn't quite dead, and even if it is, there's a chance that it will turn into a zombie, come back, and will need to be beaten again. And this time, Gav actually have a reason to.
Nightmare.
Speaking of things that happened today, Adrian. So
Undead horse.
speaking of things that happened today, what do you think about China hacking the U.S. Treasury? Do you?
I don't know if that was happening. I have no idea. I'll have to look into that myself. Yeah, what's up?
I saw that today. It said
Yeah, what's up? Hang on. Hello, what up?
I think we're gonna have to restore the space. Neither me and Blythe can properly run it.
Well, I brought the guy up and then he disconnected. It looks like he had a bad connection. But other people I brought up are still able to function, so.
Yeah, somebody just brought me up, so that works.
Yeah, I don't think
he was getting some
audio.
I think you should try and use it on the browser clients. That works too.
Yeah.
Browser client's pretty nice.
Maybe try again. He just requested, so.
Yeah.
By the way, excuse me.
I'm gonna DM you the stories, Adrian, so that you can see it in case you weren't aware of it.
Sure.
Because
I kind of didn't want to talk about this kind of stuff today. It's not what my intent was.
Well, it says
kind of chill.
business, finance,
I'm
and
so
technology.
chill. Wait a minute. I'm gonna make another coffee.
I need a coffee. Hold on.
I'm not insane enough yet.
Yeah, coffee break.
Yeah, let's chill out with more caffeine. Hell yeah.
All right, I'm gonna DM you the story. Basically, China hacked the U.S. Treasury today.
What's the response to it as the U.S. responded?
Well, there's widespread condemnation, but I'm just wondering. That's why I wanted to get Adrian's take on it, what he thought about it.
So when you say China, do you mean state actors or non-state actors? I'm looking at a Wall Street Journal article.
State actors.
State actors.
Alright.
Welcome back.
State actors. So, yeah, I think it's a pretty serious story. So, basically, Chinese state actors hacked the U.S. Treasury today.
That's wild.
Yeah. I guess we
Yeah.
should stop using COBOL, since that's what they
Oh, by the way, I'm just looking at the thing with the Charles Johnson thing you mentioned earlier. That guy was not suspended.
He was he deleted his own account, and now he's
pretending that he was suspended. Yeah, I looked into
Yeah,
that.
that's bullshit. He deleted his own account. That's what it looks like. So when an account is actually suspended, there is a label that says, yes, the account is suspended. In this case, it did not show that. It just said something went wrong, which is consistent with when somebody deletes their account. And then if the account, of course, comes back, because, you reactivate the account, then, of course, it's going to be back, and people are going to say, oh, my God, I was suspended even though they weren't. So that guy's bullshitting you.
He's a big time bullshitter, and he's trying to get subscriptions for his Substack account, which is why he's doing this. And he's saying that all the money.
That's interesting. I didn't consider this. Okay. So new theory. There might be a new trend that's coming up for various people deleting their accounts, reactivating them, and then saying they were temporarily suspended to show their Substack. That's a new thing that might happen.
Wow. Yep, that's an
You heard that here first. Let's fucking go. Don't fucking do this, by the way. It's really annoying. Really annoying. Don't do that. Don't fucking cry censorship, because if there's actual censorship, no one's gonna believe you.
Boy who cried wolf.
Say if something is actually wrong with the algorithm, no one's gonna listen to you.
Yeah, I was
Because you're
actually
complaining about
just
something
saying this. I was actually just saying this earlier. There's a big difference between suppression, censorship, and suspended. Like, everybody has to understand that there's three different things. Suppression, all of that, don't tweet out gore, right? And stuff like that, it's clear as day, but you're not being censored. And Laura, stop saying you're being censored. You being censored is somebody taking your account and not allowing you to do anything. Okay?
My posts are being listed as probable spam, so you're saying
I
that
doubt that. I'm seeing all of your posts. They're doing very well, actually.
No, if you go to the comments on my post and you look at the comments.
No, comments are looking there. I can see your comments. The comments are fine. That's actually the reason why I figured out the thing with the badgie is because of the fact that you wanted me to look at the replies. I could see all of them.
No.
It's a big, beautiful cat. There's a lot of good things about a cat. The cat's still visible, has a lot of range.
No, Adrian, it says probable spam. Adrian,
I had to pull that. I'm sorry. I'm a bit of a troll.
Okay, but Adrian, it literally, I'm looking at it right now, and it says
Sorry, it's Donald now.
Adrian, it says probable spam.
I didn't see where it says that. You're gonna have to screenshot it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna screenshot it and I'm gonna do a video and I'm gonna show you, okay?
I don't see it. I'm looking through your timeline right now. I don't see anything that's been hidden.
What are you
Why am I
talking
even
about?
communicating here as if I was somehow fucking tech support, man? What the hell?
It literally says probable.
Somebody explain to me why I'm doing this, because I'm starting to really lose the plot here as to why. I'm not tech support yet. Somehow I'm a super user of Macs in the sense that I just use the platform insanely much to the extent that I'm like, okay, cool, somebody who knows a lot of shit. But goddamn, I'm basically fucking becoming tech support in an unofficial capacity. What the fuck?
DMing me. People always DMing me, asking me stupid tech support bullshit, and I'm like, I don't work there. I don't know anything.
And even if you did, they would only just work there. Ouda, what's up? Hang on a second. Ouda, what's up?
Does it show me as co-host? Now it says
No.
No, it says speaker.
Okay, can you add me to co-host?
I just did.
Oh my fucking god.
Adrian, I just sent you the tweet.
I love his the frustration that, oh, you just disconnected again. It's like, oh my fucking god.
Yeah, the worst has been.
He really knows, for him, this is so over.
Maybe Ouda's being censored right now, What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. This is censorship. This is space of censorship. Yeah, 100%. There we go. You accepted the curse, nobody can see it now. I did. Everything's working? How are we doing?
Okay, let's see.
Okay, there we go. Okay, it shows up as close.
There we go. Now I can find it. Okay,
He's been uncensored, guys. You don't have to subscribe to his Substack anymore. He's been uncensored.
Yeah, exactly. I think I can let people up now.
I sent you the post, Adrian, so if you click on the post that I DM'd you, you can clearly see if you scroll down the first 5 or 6 comments, then there's a bunch of other comments with premium users that says probable spam. So about 80% of the comments on all of my posts since I was suspended say probable spam.
You were not suspended. You were not
It was
suspended.
suspended for 12 hours. What are you talking about?
You were not suspended for 12. You were locked out of your account for 12 hours, not suspended. If you were suspended, we wouldn't have been able to see you. As a matter of fact, during the period of time you were locked out of your account, you were even on Spaces. What the fuck? You were not suspended. Don't keep repeating that. That's a lie.
Hey, Laura. I want you to understand. I want you to understand something. All you did was talk to somebody, and look what happened. Imagine what happens when you leak. Imagine what happens when you leak an address. This is the problem that we're trying to address when it comes down to.
She's lucky you're still here because by all intents and purposes, action like for doxing, even though unintentional.
Over the top. I don't. Oh, look what you did. I was very respectful to her. I was talking to her, and I did not.
That's enough.
So don't say that.
Enough. All right, that's enough.
So, all right, I actually think let's bring up her fan army thing to see if she can give a proper argument.
Oh my god. Okay, cool. Let the cult on.
All right.
Not a cult.
It is a cult. I'm sorry. You can't say it's really an army because that would be a militia. So,
Call your first definition of a cult.
You couldn't define it as a militia. Is that proper? I don't know.
Did they
No,
It's
it's
an army.
It needs to be armed, actually armed.
out there?
Unarmed militia. I don't know. Just rolling. Don't take any of what we just said here seriously. That would be absolutely fucking nonsensical. Oh no, not this motherfucker.
Though. I mean, we're talking levels of David Koresh here, okay? She's Laura Loomer is David Koresh, and this is David Koresh's army.
Oh my god. I actually know this account. This individual has been bothering me in my replies for a very long time. Please stop. It's so nonsensical. Do you even speak?
Individual?
I don't know. If you can't speak, you gotta speak. You have 30 seconds.
Loomer's fan club.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to go live. And thank you, Laura, for giving me the shout out. That's really cool. I'm getting some text messages.
Can you come closer to the microphone?
Sure. Is this better?
No. Way closer to the microphone.
I'm right on top of the mic.
This is right on top of the microphone.
Here's what I can do. Hold on. Let me get over to my OBS and turn up that mic. That's the problem. There we go. Get that mic, baby, up. I don't go on mic often, but thank you for helping through that and giving me the time. What do you guys want to know? What do you want to know about Loomer's army? What do you want to know about Laura Loomer?
I don't think I already know everything. I'm not even sure why you're here. To be honest.
Met Laura Loomer? Have you ever met her in person?
I don't need to meet someone in person to know who they are.
Oh, you don't?
No.
I see.
You remember what I said in the other space when I was trolling people by telling everyone that I'm the most smoothest brained individual on that space? I'm like that thing that floats above the water, like those UFOs, if they even are real, which are probably not. But if you were to imagine it, it's like this, politically speaking, and speaking in terms of dependencies and subject matter, I'm like this thing that floats above everything. It's it's what I like to define as the above psyop layer. People in the Magic Numbers Company would understand, but this is a bit of a reference. So yes, I see everything, and I get it. And if I don't, I listen.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You've seen I've been in the conversation. I've been in the conversation spaces. I don't want to say from the beginning, but pretty often. I've listened and I have sent in my.
Oh, I know. You've been bothering me in the replies for a very long time. I know.
In the replies, sending some positive things about Laura Loomer because.
I don't know what you were sending there, but it really bothered me.
Well, if it did, what it would be positive stuff about Laura
There's a
Loomer.
lot of links and things, though. I'm not a person who likes I'm an on-page, user minutes maximizer type of person.
I'm gonna pull up the LoomerFanClub.com right now. Let me just go on Loomer. I wanna go.
Did he cut out or am I lagging?
You're
No, he didn't cut out. He just sounds extremely quiet. Can you still hear Ian say something?
Yeah, I'm gonna say something. Auto, can you hear me? If you can hear me, then respond. I don't think you can hear me at all, since he isn't responding. So.
No, you can't.
Fuck us, I guess.
God damn it.
Weird.
The next time we're not gonna let 10 people up, man. It's way too many fucking people. Holy shit.
Yeah. So you need 9 or 8 or something. Yeah. It's a bring the space. It's like every.
Alright, okay. Here's the thing.
Anyway,
Here's what we're gonna do.
go ahead, Loomer's fan club. Go ahead and say what you need to say.
Okay, what I'm gonna say, thank you guys, and
No chilling.
here's the thing. Laura Loomer is a historic figure. You guys know that?
Okay.
And here's something that Elon is really kind of ticking me off about. I want to be nice about it, but he said the other day, "Oh, hashtags are bad." Well, one of the things Laura knows.
He didn't say hashtags are banned.
Elon, he said don't use it.
Oh yeah, he did say that. Yeah, he did say that they're ugly. I agree. They're annoying.
But then I went to Grok myself.
Yeah, I hate hashtags as well. They're like this weird hybrid, like this weird stuff. It's very noisy.
Will give you 100 reasons why hashtags are good.
Hashtags are shit because they don't get fed into the algorithm, which is why you should.
Yeah, the reason why Grok would give you an answer as to why hashtags would be good is because it's general knowledge associated with platforms other than X, I would say, because it's a general knowledge thing. It's like that time when a bunch of these fake algorithm experts were trying to use Grok as a means to basically see what weights were associated with the labels on their account so they could manipulate the algorithm. Yeah, I still remember that because there was a whole bunch of bullshit, because what they did is they referenced the open source GitHub thing where the source code, they were referencing the open source algorithm from GitHub, and then what the AI did is describe what was in it, but hallucinated because of the conflicting instruction, a bunch of values that kept changing every single time you reinitiated the prompt. So it was bullshit from the beginning, right? So again, with what you're seeing here, this is a description that is good for other platforms. But you haven't specified that. Have you said specifically X?
I did, and you go to yourself for. I don't want to argue about hashtags. Hashtags are cool.
I've never had this problem.
My point is, with Laura Loomer, I go back far enough to. I worked a little bit with Andrew Breitbart. Now, Andrew Breitbart came to Madison, Wisconsin. Loomer fan club is in Wisconsin. I met him there. Long story short, Andrew, as we know, I think he was killed. That's controversial, but he passed away. Whatever. When that happened, there was a hashtag. And back then, hashtags were cool on Twitter, and the reason was it was really short. We only had so many characters, so we had to use hashtags, as a way to shorten what we were saying.
So your gripe is that you
no, it's not a gripe.
think that hashtags are powerful anymore?
One of the big hashtags was "I am Breitbart," and what I'm telling you is about why I believe in Laura Loomer. The hashtag "I am Breitbart" was really a heartfelt hashtag because a lot of
I don't care what the hashtag was. What is your point?
Well, I created this hashtag called Laura Loomer, and remember CPAC 19 in Michelle Malkin's speech?
No, I really don't care.
In CPAC 19, maybe you don't, but some people do. It may be a coincidence, or maybe it's providential that I am privileged enough to speak here today on the 7th.
No. The only reason why you're on here is because I have enough patience left to hear you speak, and I'm not seeing the utility of the conversation right now.
Status quo. We need more like him. Laura Loomer ended up banned from CPAC, which resulted in...
Hang on. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. Schizophrenia is insane. Here, let me ask you one question. What is the purpose by which you are here? What do you want to ask me specifically? Like, if you're going to be on here detailing some sort of story like fucking discount Putin, Nick Fuentes shit, that's not going to happen. Like, I've already had my fair share of that the week. I'm really like, Sorry, fucking double mute button.
This is...
Are you requesting still?
I talked to him in DMs. He's not showing up as a request currently, but I'm looking through right now.
Okay, so this is Kier.
There he is. That's him.
Oh my god.
So apparently Spaces is broken, and this is Kier. I'm speaking through Elliot because we're in the same room.
Right. It's okay. Nice to have you there. So it's Elliot who's speaking, but it's who am I talking to? I see your profile.
Or Kier.
Nice.
So here's the reason why Grok specifically says 100 reasons why hashtags are good and great for engagement. It's because from pre-training data, right? So when we say only what Grok was pre-trained on, 13 trillion tokens, right? And then Twitter API was free, so TweetDeck, right? So TweetDeck, we specifically had I would say 3 trillion tokens of structured Twitter data, back when it was Twitter, right? Now it's X. So when you have these language associations, you begin to have the forward pass, or not forward, it doesn't matter.
latent representations of these features, like hashtags, being pushed so hard by these LLMs because there's been years of history of them being actually efficient, whereas now the algorithm is changed. LLMs are static models. They do not have the ability to pull in information other than unless you build a RAG system that's as good as like Claude Sonnet plus projects. Because like even if you use DeepSeek V3 right now today with Google search, with the actually it's Baidu right now. So like I've been just going through DeepSeek V3 a lot, but anyways, so the point is that why it says hashtags are good on Grok is because Grok is actually doing real pre-training. So the thing is that the issue, in my opinion, with Grok, and Grok 3 may fix this, is that the supervised fine-tuning is not well done. And I hope they use Spectrum to do it, because Spectrum would be the best way to do it without damaging the weights. Because the thing is with Spectrum is you learn more, forget less, which is one of the biggest problems with large-scale supervised fine-tuning. And Grok will be a lot better. Like literally, Grok 3 will be a lot better if they do this, and less RLHF, because the main thing, except for probably RLHFing out, just like these things are no longer the case. Okay, but that's all. Elliot wants me to wrap it up, so
It's like the common wisdom, right? Imagine if you read an encyclopedia that was written in 1980, and that's all you read, right? You read that huge encyclopedia, it had millions of words in it, and then somebody asks you a question about what's going on now. The only knowledge that you have is from 1980, so a lot of it may be outdated, right? It doesn't know about quantum physics. It will tell you that, well, we don't know anything about quantum physics, and theoretically, we just know X, Y, and Z. Now, the reality is that we're living in 2024, and we know a lot more about quantum physics. We know about quantum gates, particles, and so on, quarks, and it wouldn't know these things. It would maybe hypothesize the possibility of them being real, but it wouldn't be able to confirm it. That's the problem with Grok 2 right now, is that it's built off of all of this old information that's static, and it's not learning new things. So hopefully Grok 3 is going to be a lot smarter than that. That's
I 100% agree. It's like, and the main thing I feel like is also like a lot of these is not just structured Twitter data, but it's XML tag logs, which is a massive source of pre-training data, because blogging was so big for so many years, and every one of those blogs has like, hey, you want to get Twitter followers, now X followers, then use more hashtags. Find the most relevant hashtag for your niche, right? So that's the main thing, is that like, but the thing is that you can actually train this out of a model, because DeepSeek V3 actually does no longer suggest using hashtags, which is pretty crazy considering they're a Chinese company. So, they kind of mocked like everybody else, like absolutely destroyed it like us. And I'm literally attempting to implement it in Transformers, working with Hugging Face right now, and like we're doing a training run on it. And it's either way, Elliot's is going to drop some fire with me. We're living together for a couple of weeks, and then we're going to drop a fire model like from the U.S.
Thank you. Like, can I, like, on behalf of anyone who cares about our thank you so much.
I'm sorry I got you guys off on this tangent on the hashtags. I'm gonna just say thank you for going into the hashtags. And the last hashtag I'll leave you with is
No, fuck that shit. No more hashtags. No. We're not promoting any weird ass fucking movements. I'm finished. No, that's not happening.
Out his back. You can make him co-host if you want.
Yeah, no more hashtags. No more movements. No more army. No more nothing. No more militias. I'm finished. I'm sorry. My patience has been exhausted. There you go. I don't know. I'm gonna put you up. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
So, okay, by the Treasury hack, I'm first generation immigrant. My parents from China, right? But the problem is, I actually can't go back to China anymore. And the main reason for this is because my family over WeChat, or the ones that are more technically inclined over like specifically end-to-end self-compiled Telegram is basically telling me straight up that I'll just get disappeared by the CCP and literally just be shoved in a basement and forced to SFT for these companies because I have the AI lab.
Wow.
Like, that's the thing. It's like I can't go back to. I want to go back to China, but like everybody in my family now agrees, and they're all smart. Like straight up, like my mom is a double master's, one in AI from 30 years ago, and the other in distributed locking databases.
Wow.
So, you know what's funny is that a distributed locking database is, by the way, basically blockchain. So I'm not even sure my mom's Satoshi. Like, I was in Bitcoin in 2011 and they hated it. So I'm assuming like that my mom has it, but like it would be like the thing is like it's hilarious to me. But anyway, that's what
$1,000 stashed away somewhere.
is okay. So going back to the hack, though, right? Is that these are very sophisticated spear phishing emails, basically that are currently being. The reason the Treasury didn't catch this specific one was that it was one of those cookie dump emails that if you just open it and you don't have the specific exact plug and play hardened browsers that like you get like on Tails or something like that it will immediately dump every single password you have right into a session. And that's a problem because we have sessions. So that's how this hack happened, is that basically somebody just opened what looks like a non-spam email, and in that was an embed to basically execute Python code on machine, and that is really actually super simple. And the thing is that they use, if you take a look at like what we know about this hack, it looks like they used DeepSeek v3 to write the email, which makes sense because it's not in any of the database filters yet because it's not implemented in transformers yet. So we don't even know the pre-training.
Yeah.
Wow. That is sophisticated.
That's very much like state hacker level. Like, you could do it as an individual.
Yeah.
Like, I could do it.
Yeah.
But, like, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you could.
But, like, the thing is, like,
it needs sophistication, right? It needs someone at your level of understanding of how these things work.
Yeah, all of these interfaces.
Would easily be able to do it.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to talk over you. But, yeah, so.
Like
Hey,
Chinese government.
Adrian, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I just want to say thanks for having me on again, and I look forward to you getting back to me about coming on Lumeranly. So we'll be in touch. Okay.
So we want to talk real quick about. So actually, the main reason I wanted to talk was come up on my main account was. So the main reason the main reason that censoring a zip code specifically and full name is not censoring, just what's that called again? Redacting specifically that information is so important. Now, this one specific piece of information is because you can use exactly those two pieces of information, the full name plus zip code, to obtain somebody's driver's license number in around 4.5 minutes with a Tails drive, if you have a Tails drive on hand already, and then that's automated. But the thing is, now, if you have their driver's license number, then you can then get their social security number through an automated onion site. Like, that's what the main problem is that, and then that's what getting is becoming so in vogue for getting all of these big loans. And like, I think Aldo was explaining this earlier, and like, big huge respect, man. Like, I love educating people, but like, the thing is, like, social security numbers were never, ever are designed to be used like they are. Like, that's the main thing, is that
It's a piece of paper.
Well, there's people that have alternative, there's multiple people with the same identity, and I was gonna leave until you decided to chirp in on this. And so the reality is that if you're a journalist and you post something and you say, oh, well, the CEO of Google was traveling with Kamala Harris and she paid him nearly $70,000 for travel expenses, and she waited till the final report after the election to do so, people are gonna say, oh, how do you know? Eric is a really popular name and Schmidt is a really popular name. Prove to us that it's this guy. So, like, the only way that you can really do that is by signaling in on key information. And in this case, the address on the FEC report was not his personal home address. It's the address of a foundation which traces to a PO box. And so there's no threat to this person, because if you do a Wikipedia search on this individual, it says which town they live in, obviously like where they live, because of, you know, they're a billionaire and their company was founded there. And so obviously everybody already knows like where the tech executives live in terms of like, you know, the city, not necessarily like the zip code, but they know exactly like which city a lot of these people live in. The tech executives, for the most part, they all live in either San Francisco or Austin, Texas. Like, whoa, you know, it's not exactly doxing if you're.
Laura, I found his
not
address.
zip codes I have like a screenshot of the Google Maps of his address, where his house is.
Oh my fucking god.
It's not good then.
Yeah.
Well, you can look that up anywhere. He's a billionaire. It's probably out there. The
Okay, no,
address
I'm
that's
talking
on
about
the
the guy that
FEC
you
report.
doxed. I'm talking about a guy that you doxed.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about like a zip code as it relates to the FEC report on the Google guy. You were not here for that conversation. So,
no, let me explain why that's
so my point is that this has happened before, and this has been a point of conversation, just so I can explain to people who, you know, aren't in political journalism. So this has happened before, where people are like, oh, well, how do you know that that's the person? And so, generally speaking, and I've seen other reporters do this as well, they'll blur out all of the address as opposed to the zip code, and then they'll say, okay, well, by process of elimination, or like I verified that it's their address, and you can see their company is located at this location. So without doing the like a full docs, I'm going to show you where it is. And in this case, like, you know, the city in California, where everybody knows where Google's located. And so, and where also the foundation address of the PO box is listed. So you have to show people. You can't just post something and be like, oh, blindly trust this information. You have to show them beyond reasonable doubt that like it's actually believable, because there's a million people in America with the same name, Eric Schmidt. So they could easily just say, well, you're not showing us anything. How do you know it's that Eric Schmidt?
Okay, here's how you do that, right? Is because you use other heuristics, because you're a journalist and you're able to find those heuristics.
I already did. You're not understanding. You don't need to like talk down to me and act like I don't know how to do my job.
I did.
I cross-referenced the address. I cross-referenced the address on the website for the Oceanic Foundation that he runs with his wife, and it's the same PO box. It's not a personal home address. It's a PO box that is listed on the website. That's, again, not personal information. That is a public PO box to contact an organization. People post PO boxes online. So are we now going to say that if we post somebody's PO box, that's going to be considered doxing? Like, what if you're trying to get in touch with somebody or send somebody a letter, right? So, again, you're not really understanding when you say, oh, you got to blur the zip code. If it's a PO box for a public foundation that is tied to 5 different organizations that Eric Schmidt and his wife operate, how is that sharing personal
Wait, hang on a second. What I want to know, wait, hold on. How do you know that that's what that is? Because you looked it up?
Yeah, I cross-referenced it.
Cool, so what if that would have happened to be his actual address, though?
No, I wouldn't have, after...
Wait, so hang on a second. Did you cross-reference it before you posted it?
Yes, I cross-referenced it before I posted it because I wanted to see the address when I was like, oh, is it the Eric Schmidt? Because we were going through the FEC records and we were like, oh, wow, really weird that Kamala Harris would put this on. Because We're trying to identify campaign finance fraud with Kamala Harris, and we found other examples too that we haven't posted yet, and we're going to be posting that, in the next few days.
Okay. How about this? Just for the hell of it, blow out the zip code in case it could be a problem, because it sets a bad precedent. Not everyone's gonna dig in deep to try and figure out who the nuts are being doxed. Now, no one's gonna say. No one's here to say. I'm not saying that you're doxing somebody with this indirectly. We were just simply saying that it would be better if
I
you were
deleted the post, okay? I will make sure going forward, just in good faith, that people don't have any reason to get up in arms about this. But then I don't want to hear anybody bitching and saying, "Oh, well, where's the evidence that it's this Eric Schmidt of Google?" I don't want to hear it. Okay,
Yeah.
So then what?
Well, we're not focusing on that though. We're not focusing on that.
Yeah, but how, Adrian? Adrian, that's my question.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Order in the court. Aldo, what did you want to say? Blythe wanted to say something as well.
All right, so it's clear that for some fucking reason this space doesn't work at all for me. So anytime.
It says you're co-host now, so.
Yeah, it says I'm co-host. I can't lift anyone up. So, Blythe, I'm gonna send you the instructions of what to do, and then you can do it.
Alright, yeah.
Right.
I just wanted to say we have Chase Geyser in the audience, or on the speaker board. Just welcome to him, and thanks for joining. How are you doing tonight?
Nice.
Hey Chase, what's up, man?
Been a while. How are you doing? I'm good. So tired of zombie horses. By the way, nice recommendation of the classical music. By the way, that was great.
Well, yeah, there's a bit of news that Elon
Yeah,
posted.
it's fucking fantastic.
If you guys are interested, so he's
What happened?
so there's how there's platform manipulation. A bunch of people have been banned, right? So he just addressed it. He said that please note that platform manipulation by buying large follower accounts and then using them to push fake narratives and scams will result in the annihilation of those accounts. Moreover, if is involved, X will prosecute the full extent of the law. Don't do it. And he actually posted a screenshot of one of the people who was involved in this massive white.
Holy shit, dude! Pin it up at the top. We want to have a look at that.
Alright, yeah. This is the
By the way, the way you can pin stuff in a space immediately. By the way, yeah, the way you can. No, never mind. It already worked. Alright, let's have a look. Who is the individual that did it?
It is this guy named Marcus.
Oh, I know what this is! I know what this is!
Right?
Dude, this is the motherfucker with the steak accounts!
Correct, yeah. All the big accounts. All the big
No fucking way!
The fuck, including the fuck fake account.
Somebody get me that.
This fucking shit! This bitch has been polluting the fucking memes! Oh!
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Thank God they finally got this bitch.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Oh, God, I'm so tired of seeing those goddamn fucking ads inside of a meme.
Right? Like, even my videos, they took my videos, which is really funny because I steal them elsewhere, But at least I credit people.
Bro.
But, like,
What the fuck is this guy?
They put, like, steak on there. It's like, fuck you, man.
Wow.
This guy. Yeah, they may be prosecuting him because what he's doing is actually illegal according to the Federal Trade Commission. So, yeah, I hope he's lawyered up.
Yep, the hammer's coming down.
So, specifically, if they did not specifically tag it as a hash, like,
Okay, you're supposed to put a hashtag, you're supposed to partner or something, yeah, you're supposed to.
Yeah, exactly. That's
He's actually stealing videos. Like, he was taking videos, like, I would post some video that I got off Telegram from, like, what the Ukraine-Russia thing, or, like, some other conflict, like Syria, right? And I fully credit these people. He would take one of those videos and then put the fucking steak logo on it, and then publish it as if it was his own. This is a thing that he'd been doing. Like, he would take cat videos actually not owned by him, from like Instagram accounts, viral fight videos from from Reddit. He would take them and then he would add the steak thing there to advertise steak. So they were literally stolen to advertise something else. It's one thing to reshare a video, right? Like, I usually looks at TikTok. She takes a lot of videos from TikTok, right? Maybe sometimes she'll put her own thing on there, but for the most part, you know who it is and you know she doesn't own it. She's not advertising anything. She's not making money from it, right? This steak guy is actually literally advertising a gambling site using other people's stolen content. That's what makes it illegal.
Yes, and for example, I actually have a really good example of this. So, I sent Elliot last night a video of a Waymo hitting a self-driving Waymo hitting a self-driving fridge while killed by a self-driving Tesla. And he posted it, and now it has like almost 5,000 likes, and he's got this like over 7,000 likes, and I didn't post it. I sent it to him on Discord, and he posted it, but that's not illegal because nothing's being advertised.
Correct.
So the thing is, yeah, so like if they did not disclose, or even like so stolen content, yeah, that is a big problem, right? But the legality issue here is 100% the fact that these were not disclosed as ads, and I can say they have been going hard against these people recently. Like, if you see like these influencers that like basically come out here and like don't do like the correct tag anymore, they are getting prosecuted. I believe over 70 cases in the past month have been initialized against these influencers, and then, of course those are like the big fish, and then subsequently also like big fish slash low hanging fruit. But like at the same time, this is going to continue because it's really easy to prosecute this because, well, it's all documented, right? Like imagine being a prosecutor on this case. This is the easiest win of your life. Like it's one of those things.
This guy is probably going to have to pay a lot of money to basically everybody into the FTC because this is illegal. He was promoting a gambling website and using stolen content at the same time. He's fucked. And
If they
Twitter
ever get extradited
going after him too. Yeah,
to the U.S., they actually could legally be jailed for up to 3 months. That's like it's not just civil. That's the thing. Like it's that. There are civil. Yeah, it is also civil. Yes.
Yeah,
there is a
this is
civil
where
aspect.
Twitter comes in, right? I keep saying Twitter, I mean X, right? This is where X comes in. They can actually go after him for this, and I think they're going to. I mean, Elon literally just said that they'll do such a thing. So yeah, this guy.
I mean, monetarily speaking, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's fine.
Oh, so basically, I mean, from a fiscal perspective, that just makes sense, right? So, like, if we're talking about, like, if we're talking about X going after these people that are, buying these big follower accounts, that are legacy accounts effectively, that have, like, some, like, amount of reach that, because, like, how often, like, does a large account get, like, mass unfollowed unless they do something ridiculous? Like, that's the main thing is that, like, but these accounts still in the algorithm will have that reach. So subsequently, that's the main reason these accounts are reselling, and you can really buy these like accounts for like, like actually $20-$30, which is crazy to me. Like it's $20-$30, I believe, for like a 40,000 follower account right now. Actually, no, it's a little cheaper than that, $15. So I just looked up. So, but like, yeah. So some of this, like, a lot of this, like, I used to be Black Hat like ages ago. Now, of course, statute of limitations, whatever. That's it. Like, and I gotta say, okay, I regret a lot of what I did. Some people sent me some nasty emails, but but I've never done anything past the age of 18 to any damage to anybody. But
Zero cool, ladies and gentlemen. Zero cool in the house.
I'm sorry, I don't know what the fuck. Hackers, right? Isn't that hackers? Yeah.
Wow. It's a cult classic movie about hackers from the 90s. It's a movie from like the 90s. And hacking was like a Windows 98 screensaver.
Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, I can't Zero cool. Crash override. Go on. Let me interrupt.
Fisher Stevens, whatever happened to Fisher Stevens, I wonder. He's like the Microsoft guy. He's like basically Bill Gates.
There's that Laura Lumber. You'll get his address.
Oh, so I might be able to be pulled up now, like on my actual account, so I can hand Elliot back his phone if somebody wants to be able to do that.
No. Elliot's not going to need his phone for a while. Just kidding.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did offer to get paid for his Mac, so you know.
Oh my fucking god. By the way, is this your first time listening to the conversation space? Or have you listened in the past?
No, this is actually my first time.
I will say we don't usually do this. We usually have conversations that are much more constructive. We deal a lot with technology. Actually, we had a great discussion about Linux yesterday with Suraj, a very interesting individual. So, yeah, you kind of went into the more heated parts of it. We usually have people that talk about various subjects if they're like somewhat specialized in it, even or entirely specialized in it. So, yeah, allows for accuracy.
Here's a interesting Linux little quirk that I ran into yesterday. So, we're training the models, of course, all day and night here. And we got a local rig right now that 4X 3090 Ti's, FEs, emulate together, 1.1 terabytes, 3000 megahertz overclock RAM. So, like, this is pretty much the D63, like, local rig, right? If you want to use, like, the MTP for, like, 1.8 times, like, speed up, then great. But, like, so, but that's besides the point. So, what happened was, literally, I was just training and losing my mind because it would just, my rig would die, and I'm running Noble Numbat, so 24.04 LTS on the second step, literally boot loop. And then I was just like, Elliot, you know what? I give up tonight. Let's just go to bed. Dim the lights. He dimmed the lights, and then I just like, you know what? Let me hit the train button again. Like, not train. Let me enter the command again. Hit enter, and now it's on epoch. Let me see. It's on epoch 2.44 out of 3. So apparently, this is also not even up to code in SF, where the lights are on the same grid as the 4,000 or 5,000-ish watts I'm pulling out of the wall. So, dimming the lights stabilized my Linux
my
rig.
dinner, and why don't you pair out tonight? We can see if we can tomorrow.
Well, that was probably the most endearing story I've ever heard. Elliot, you are zero cool.
Okay, my darling.
Yeah.
It's not Elliot, it's somebody
I
like
miss
talking
your,
on Elliot's
I
account.
miss
Yeah.
your kisses and.
The real life hackers.
Okay, so actually we're at the residency hacker house. So that's actually we're sleeping under a hand-built loft that's kind of sketchy, and we're using a 2080 Ti Kingpin to basically time-lapse a 1080p 60 FPS. Because, like, Elliot, poses time-lapses, right? And I've been copycatting him a bit, but I have a 5900X and 128 gigabytes of DDR4 at 3600 megahertz in there, doing a time-lapse only. Like, we did 8-hour one yesterday. So, and then we're gonna have a party tomorrow night at like New Year's Eve, and we're gonna time-lapse that at his hacker house. So, like, it's gonna go crazy. So, if you look at my account, like the time lapse, we're gonna go pretty hard.
Yeah, you can find Jerem's account if you just go to my profile and you scroll down. It's a capital N, not a spike. That's where you can find him.
Thanks, Elliot.
And you can tell we're different people, right? From the voices. I mean, that's pretty clear, right? I sound like Elon. I sound like Elon. But so interestingly enough, so I'm gonna chill real quick. So for myself real quick. So Maxime Labone, so I'm actually gonna start a bi-weekly podcast, and so these liquid foundational models, totally proprietary, just a technical report, and they imply it's not a transformer. And so Maxime Labone, head of post-training at Liquid AI, the biggest British AI company, literally, I'm good friends with him from okay, so some people have called me, I don't call myself this, but some people call me the best fine-tuner in the world, and I've gotten some bad check offers from like some of these big tech companies, but okay, circling back to the point, is that he is willing to talk to me on podcast for the first time about how liquid foundational models actually work, which is brand new. Like, that is that was crazy to me that I was like, when I messaged him to be on the podcast, I was like, I know you can't talk about them. He was like, actually, yeah, we can talk about them. I was like, I'm a journalist now, apparently. Like, yeah, that's kind of cool. So yeah, that's so I'll drop probably in like 4 weeks here. I have to do a podcast with Elliot, of course, because you know Elliot's great. But yeah.
Alright. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Let's get to
Hi, can I place an order for pickup? Can I get a chicken? Yeah. Okay, John. Can I get the chicken shawarma pita? 4 falafel and the extra spicy sauce. Sure. Just a spicy sauce. Just one. Okay, great. See you soon. Thanks. Okay, bye.
We were talking about how naming things sometimes creates a destiny for them.
nice. Yeah, people are perpetuating this nonsense that this Chuck Johnson individual had deleted his, had his account suspended. No, he just deleted his account, it would seem. Because that doesn't look like that. So, it's bullshit. Yeah, it's straight bullshit. So if you see it, and that's a thing, yeah, it's bullshit. Straight bullshit. Don't believe it. Somebody should take like screenshots. You know what I mean? Like we have a deleted account, we have a suspended account, we have an account with a label on it. Like there's 3 different states for accounts on X. You know, the state in which they're labeled for like NSFW stuff, the state where they're suspended, or the state where they're deactivated or deleted.
Yep.
You need like a screenshot of that. It's impossible.
So, as somebody who has tuned for research purposes a adversarial, like offensive, you know, model for basically, I was using Llama at that point 3.1, but 3.3 would be better. 70B. Actually, it was a 42B because I was using a pruned version. So the thing is that I'm sorry, I don't not pronounce your name, Suraj. Yeah, the treasury hack. The thing is that when you the point of infiltration, that's really interesting, right? So it's just like the compromising beyond trust using using what is a very traditional attack, right? And then subsequently using that as the these are the vendor not vendor, it's the they're very specific term, right?
These networks were already very, very vulnerable with Shot Typhoon kind of breaking into them. You had like the SS7 vulnerabilities already.
Yeah, and then we also had that 3-year-long like Linux kernel, like basically the SSH, basically that long burn like supply chain infiltration, which was honestly one of the most.
No. Are you talking about the XCUtils?
Yeah, sorry, XCUtils
is not part of the Linux kernel.
It was Wait, so it depends on which distro, of course, right?
No, it doesn't depend on which distro. It's not a part of the Linux kernel. It's a tool that a lot of Linux distros use, but it's not a part of the Linux kernel.
Wait, okay, let me pull up the very specific what attack I'm talking about, because then you might definitely be right. Give me 1 second.
Coming to the Beyond Trust vendor, the main problem is they trust this vendor too much. So, if we are going forward with, the technical frameworks that NIST is usually recommending, I think we should go with, something like the zero trust architecture, where you don't trust anything unless you actually need to. So, since they actually trusted this so much, that's one of the reasons how they infiltrated, because they, blindly trust beyond trust. And that's how the credentials got stolen via support. From what they say, they haven't extracted any sensitive documents yet, and there is no persistent access by these APT actors. That's all we know so far. I don't know what actually happened. Nice. Gotta cook my steak. Nom. Nice.
No, I was talking about GraphViz, not stock DAC group. Zachroth.
I'm talking about XZ utils.
Sorry. Well, apparently this has happened multiple times, but I was specifically talking about GraphViz, which is a major part of Ubuntu, and all Ubuntu flavors.
That's still not a part of the Linux kernel, though.
It's directly in the kernel.
I don't think so.
GraphViz, Rich said the GraphViz is in the KVM okay, so it handles its indirect branch prediction isolation between the L1 and L2 VMs in the KVM VMX implementation of the Linux kernel.
Okay. When was that added in?
Oh, when was that? So no, it was that was added in 2013 after a 3-year slow burn attack, but it was excised almost immediately by a hero who was like, "What is this PR?" And they looked into it and they noticed it was basically allowed somebody to execute DOS, basically just straight up DOS attacks using your because it's literally not L1 and L2. So basically this attack only lived for about 12 hours after it was executed, which
So GraphViz as in GRAPHVIZ. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's the improper handling of GraphViz that was the implementation of the KVM VMX. So basically, actually, so it affected GraphViz, but it was actually indirect handling of in branch prediction isolation between the L1 and L2 VMs in the KVM VMX implementation of the Linux kernel, all of them.
Okay, but that wasn't a part of. Okay, so that wasn't. GraphViz itself
is one of the tools affected, but
it wasn't a part of Linux. It wasn't a part of the Linux kernel, and it wasn't directly in KVM.
Yes, this was kind of directly in KVM, right? Because it lives between L1 and L2.
I actually have the similar opinion with Arta, because I don't know any component or package that's named GraphViz that's part of the Linux kernel.
Well, no, it wasn't actually a package it was improper branch handling, basically, that was directly upstreamed into, not from a package, it was improper handling of the KVM between the L1 and L2 machines. that was the problem.
Before accommodating to English-speaking tourists, many shops have been looking for someone who speaks English. Oh, come on. What you looking for, fella? We got Donald Trump selling hot dogs. Are you looking for something that's really tasty? The logo signature dish that you'll never forget for the rest of your life?
Oh yeah, put it on mute. There's this Chinese influencer in
Yeah, I saw that. It's annoying.
He does a stupid Donald Trump voice.
Yeah. Anyways, back to topic.
I
can't find what you're talking about exactly.
Okay, so it's the ASLA, Advanced Linux Sound Architecture, and IO Uring, which are both subsystems of the Linux kernel, which contain one use after free vulnerability, and then the CIFS network system was directly, basically, this was discovered by Jose Oliveira.
Okay, so this is YY error, right?
Why? No. This is CV. You want the CVE number specifically?
Okay, CVE 2023-46045. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about CVE 2023-12-881.
Hold on, wait. 2023
1281.
1281.
And this one allowed arbitrary code execution, which is pretty ridiculous.
Okay, let's see. For control and breaks off.
Oh yeah. That's good. Can you find the CVE?
Yeah, I did. I'm reading through it now.
Okay. Yeah, so you can elevate yourself to root with it. Basically, you execute arbitrary DOS code, and then, but basically the traffic control index was basically somebody was handling that specifically. That was a contributor to the Linux kernel for 3 years, and actually did some good PRs and stuff like that. Subsequently, they were trusted, and then when they did a PR, and then this one specifically was upstreamed into the Linux kernel. And am I okay? Do you agree now that this is in the kernel, because it's very clear it's in the kernel if it's on the CVE?
Yeah, it was in the traffic control subsystem. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah, but it's specifically
module.
the easiest way for somebody to to exploit this would have been through GraphViz, but there was a lot of ways to exploit it. Interestingly, jamming was never affected. Apparently, no, depends on which version of jamming. I'm wrong. Sorry, that was totally wrong with me. I totally misspoke there. My bad. So yeah, this is an example of a long burn. This is the only one I know of actually that was but this was also discovered within, I believe, 12 hours, and yeah. So attack vectors just this is pretty much this gave you full control over the computer. So this was pretty brutal for those. And then I remember the day that this was found, everybody was losing their minds. That was pretty crazy, because everyone was like, yeah, update your kernel right now. Otherwise, you'll have March 22nd, March 2023. Yep. Yeah. But yeah, this is an example of the 3-year long burn, and we believe now it was a Chinese state actor because of because the way we use pinging their emails, they switch 2 times between emails. One of them kind of looked like pinging, which is a pretty good sign that. Although that kind of shows that hackers aren't always perfect, because why would you, if you're a Chinese state actor, why would you use pinging in your email? That's kind of weird, but that it worked. So, but I don't know how much they got out of it. I mean, yeah.
Right. Okay. I mean, I can talk about some of the things I learned by tracking multiple APT groups from China. So generally, what they do is they try everything. It's not this method is more advanced than the other one, so I would go by this. It doesn't work that way. They have unlimited resources because it's been backed by CCP and other parties. So they try everything that's possible, and whatever gets them in, that gets them in. I mean, it basically stands for persistent threat, right? So they would do whatever it takes to get in.
Oh yeah, 100% agree. I mean, I'm not saying that there's only one way, but this was a particularly interesting slow burn one. That there was a good friend of mine that wrote a long blog about it. I can link it at some point, but yeah. Wasn't mean to imply that this is the only way to attack somebody, because it's just a 3-hour slow burn, a 3-year slow burn is a very weird attack comparatively to just a simple phishing email with a cookie fisher.
I mean, I think this is more like a supply chain attack, right? Because they are compromising someone in the middle of the chain, something like Beyond Trust, which is an authentication service. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
And there has been multiple recommendations from the White House cybersecurity documentation. They are kind of recommending us to do all the requirements for SBOM. SBOM is basically software bill of materials, and they are telling us to use more and more secure programming languages like Rust, and the other basic stuff like MFA and so on. I still don't know how they managed to get in, because the main access was the support portal. I would assume it is social engineering, but I'm not very certain on how they actually got in. It could be phishing emails, SMS. They probably targeted some employee who works at Beyond Trust. I hope we get more information in the upcoming days from Beyond Trust.
Adrian, I'm gonna send you a meme.
Okay. Oh, I saw that, yes. I saw that, yes, that's true.
I guess I'm cracked.
Yeah.
Wait, how are you cracked?
What, should I just post that? I think it's just posted, I don't know.
I'll send it to Elliot.
Wait, how did I say that again? I couldn't hear.
I sent it to Elliot.
Oh, on where? Signal?
Yes.
The idea is actually not to be on the alignment chart, but to be above it. This doesn't make any sense, but if you really think about it, it might. And if it does, that's where I am.
The only way to intelligent life forms is to make Ligma jokes.
Yes.
I got a topic that you guys can talk about, and because it sort of piqued my interest. But did you guys see this article about how the Facebook and Instagram, they're planning to implement fake AI user accounts on their platforms?
Yes, the AI, the dead internet theory is not so much theory anymore. This is direct evidence for it. I will tell you this, however, the internet at large is not really alive as much as people would think it is. It's kind of like a shadow of what it once was. More or less a ghost town with a few people still left within it. There's a few tumbleweeds and such, old internet forums where nobody has posted anything on since almost 15 years. Stuff like that. That's what the internet is today. And of course, various parts, like capital cities, such as, the apps which people use, Discord, the Discords of the world, TikTok, all that kind of stuff, X. And yeah, most of those are very real. But Instagram and Facebook, look, I'm going to be real with you. That and places like Blue Sky, there's no fucking way all that's real. There's no way. I refuse to believe that such large swaths of the population are that brain dead.
Yeah.
I refuse to believe that. I don't think very highly of today's society and how much it has advanced and the kind of nonsense that it does, but I refuse to believe that many people are that brain dead. It's just not
Here's
possible.
how you can tell it's fake. Okay, so if you're on X and you post an outbound link, you're probably gonna get a decent amount of traffic. Maybe not as much as you'd like because it's deboosted. If you're on YouTube and you put a link out to sell your merch, you'll get a lot of traffic. YouTube is real. TikTok is also real, which is why a lot of small businesses operate on TikTok. Now, if you do this on Instagram, on the other hand, or Facebook, and I've tried this, right, because I handle some of this stuff, you get nothing. You get fucking nothing because nobody's actually using it. So you might get the views, you might see that, oh my god, 1 million people saw this, but how many people actually clicked on the link? Relatively few, less than 100. That tells me that, if, let's just say 5% of people who watch the video are going to click on your link, click on it, right? That number should not be less than 100. It should be at least be about 5,000, okay? The numbers just don't add up. It just isn't real, right? And Facebook was actually caught, a few years ago. They were sued by their own investors for faking the numbers, right, for the advertising. Where people pay for ads, they pay for 1 million views, they get 1 million views, but turns out none of those views are real, and Facebook was faking it. And now they're trying to fake it to their own audience using, bots, right? They're using AI. It's actually really insane to think that is happening, but yeah. The data internet theory is also very interesting in some video games. You guys all play video games, and if you play something like Marvel Rivals or Call of Duty, you know that everybody you're playing with is real because those games are extremely popular, right? But now if you want to play something that is less popular, something that is, has maybe 10,000 concurrent users, you can immediately join a game, but all the players that you're playing with are bots, and they don't even disclose they're the bots. Now, some games do, like Battlefield will tell you when you're playing against a bot, but a lot of these games will simply make you assume that these are actual players. Fortnite is one of them. I don't believe that Fortnite has as many players as it does. Maybe it wants
Oh
to.
no, even Call of Duty is the same thing. I used to specifically target various particular times at which I'd play because there's a nice intersect. Because there's two people that come online. The people who are crackheads like me, autistically speaking, not an actual crack user, by the way, because everybody's microanalyzing everything I say now. People who stay up all night to game the whole way through. And so in my case, I was there and it was active. I didn't get up at 3 or 4 in the morning and play for an hour because it's perfect. Because those people are either just still waking up, completely fucking tired, or just bots. Either way, perfect time to grind for achievements and kills. Absolutely perfect. And again, there are bots everywhere. There are bots in every single one of those games. And again, you can target these times properly whenever the activity is just right. And the lowest point is exactly when people are about to log on and when people are about to log off, and it's the early hours of the morning type thing. Everybody's just completely out of it. They're tired. They don't even want to fight anymore. They're just kind of browsing through, stuck in the lobby, talking about weird spiritual shit or whatever they happen to be talking about. And then they just crash out and fall asleep. So with games, it's everywhere. There's bots everywhere. Again, I will say though, I have played games where the bots are playing better than humans. No kidding. Better than fucking humans, right? The future of gaming, unless it's really insinuated that it's PvP, it's just going to be PvE most of the time. Unless it's high ranked, and it's a guarantee that you'll fight humans. You'll actually have a better time fighting the bots in terms of the skill that you have and the bot has than if you were to fight other humans. The same thing also be said for chess, for instance, right? The way certain people play chess, sometimes it's nicer to play with the ultimate strategist because it's just very interesting to see how the board just, forms and transforms, right? But when it comes to like playing with somebody who's a straight up attacker and you're a straight up attacker, then shit just is very okay, it's like I'm playing against myself, That was annoying. It's like, this is not entertaining at all. This is boring. I already know what's gonna happen next and why I'm gonna fuck up.
It's like funny, like if you play on Hearthstone, the ladder mode, right, standard mode, sometimes, occasionally, and it's more than occasionally, because there aren't that many people playing it, even though there are, it will just throw you a match against a bot where it will literally quit mid-game. It will play maybe one move and then it just stops playing, gives you a free win. And that's kind of keeps you playing for like the lazy casual players, right? Because they can't win. They're terrible at the game. And so the Blizzard, it wants to incentivize people to keep playing the game. It will literally throw you a bone. It'll be like, oh, we see that you've been losing, 3 times in a row against real players. We're going to throw you an AI, and then you can feel like a winner just because you beat it, even though it didn't do anything. It just quit mid-game, right? It's you know who I blame for this? I blame, Valve, right? They hired this one fucking guy. It was Yanis Varoufakis. He used to be like the Greek finance minister. He came up with a lot of this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, he's a psychologist, right? And he came up with the way to create a rat. What's that experiment called where you put a rat in a cage and then it presses like a button and then it gets a reward?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I know the one you're talking about. I just don't remember.
Yeah, they did that with loot crates, right? Valve invented a loot
Like a
crate.
Skinnerbox or
Yeah, Skinnerbox. Yeah. He used the Skinnerbox idea, right, and he implemented that in the way that the reward systems function in Valve games. I mean, before there was Team Fortress 2, a lot of people know this because they don't give a shit about video games, but it actually has a real world effects here because it's gamification of everything, and we live in a world that's gamified, and these are all gamers. Team Fortress 2 was like the first game to offer loot boxes, right? You get a loot crate, but then you have to pay money to buy the key to unlock that box, and then you feel like, oh my god, I got something, even though all you're doing is literally, you're at a slot machine pulling the slot, you're putting $1 in there, right? But because there is this whole process involved where you get the crate and you have to fight for the crate, you have to play for the crate, you buy the key, you feel like you're rewarded for it.
Oh, by the way, Adrian Elliott, I have a very good book recommendation for both of you. It doesn't really apply to me, but it would be helpful for you too.
Shoot. Are you saying I'm
The King James version.
Just kidding. Good.
Yeah, look at what I just sent you. Yeah.
What is this? What the fuck?
How dare you?
For a second there I thought you were serious. Fuck you.
For context, it's a book with a kind of brown and white background. There's an Amazon package on a granite counter, and the book title says, "Not a grower, not a shower, not a sower, a guide to life with a micro penis."
Not a good one, sorry.
I
got you both good.
For a second there, I actually thought I was going to have to take it seriously. It's been serious last couple of days, so fuck you, man. Somebody put the space, somebody this, somebody that, so here, you have to go look at this because that's the thing that's going to become a problem next. No, this time was just a fucking troll.
I mean, look at my account. I've been like constantly trolling the past 2-3 days.
Hey, you guys are like big readers, right?
Sometimes.
Okay, I'm wondering, check the suggestion. Signal. Like, I want a recommendation for a book about the gamification of society. Does any such book exist? Like, like what I was talking about with the way that they, gamified reward systems in video games. Are there any books that actually talk about this? Because I would like to see how this is implemented on social media.
Probably, but I haven't read it.
Okay. Maybe someone's gonna have to write it,
Just watch. You have eyes.
I don't give a shit.
I know it, but like I would like someone else's insights to see see what they think about it. You know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't like the that bias that you have when you experience everything firsthand, right? And I'm pretty.
What if you write a book
confident in my
yourself,
read of it.
put it out there? What if you write a book yourself, put it out there, and see what the commentary to that is? That's the thing you could do.
That's a good
And
idea.
then somebody's gonna take that, by the way. Somebody's gonna take that thing and they're gonna say, "Oh my God, this guy is writing about the things that he's doing. Holy shit!" It's a good thing because everybody's then gonna talk about the book to try and ruin it, thereby advertising it. See, already gamified it right there.
By the way, I don't give a shit about these topics, so even if there was a book, I wouldn't know about it. But I'm guessing there probably is.
That is only if you ever creates a video game, yeah. If there's anyone who wants to create a video game, depending, of course, on what it is, I could help you boys with some stuff because I'm relatively good.
Oh yeah. I actually discussed this with Adrian. I'm like, what if I made a game and we just made Adrian on? Yeah, we just made Adrian 100% of the voices.
Oh yeah, some of that.
Like Adrian, but bunch of different like pitches and amplitudes.
Exactly.
For instance, when I get super sarcastic, I do this thing. Remember what I did when somebody asked me what my contributions to society were, and I said taxes? And specifically, I did like this. My contributions to society was taxes. You know, it's this thing that's in the back of you.
Alright, Adrian, try to do a Texan accent.
There is no fucking way.
Well, howdy.
I'm thinking about starting a GoFundMe so we can send Adrian to Mars before Elon, just to piss Elon off.
Oh my God.
Build a hook up with Bezos. We're build a rocket.
There's not enough money in the world to throw at certain problems for those problems to just be oversaturated and die.
I don't
It's
understand
actually
how people
good
think
skill.
you know. I mean, he's literally posting on X right now, and there's no way you're having a conversation and laughing while, you know.
Well, the argument is that Adrian is an AI clone, so he can operate simultaneously. That's the argument. That's the only one that actually logically would work in the universe.
Oh, he isn't.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I like him.
See, who the heck started this thing? Because me and Auda were having a bunch of fun and games in here, just saying like, yes, he is a clone. No, he's not a clone. We just went back and forth 10 times, and I feel like we confused the shit out of everybody.
No,
everybody seems to think I'm some sort of Neuralink before, which makes no sense.
Theory is years old.
Yeah, exactly. This has been happening for long before you came around.
Charles Johnson is taking credit, by the way, that he came up with the theory that you are and Elon are the same person.
She's full of shit.
He's a grifter.
By the way, okay, so I know Adrian. I know what he looks like. Right? It's not like he's not.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how good looking is he? 1 to 10.
He's like 11.
He's about a 0.1.
Ellen's secretly gay and she wants to remain closeted. That's the problem.
Oh my fucking God. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, so I know what he looks like. Shit, you're just gonna have to take my word for it. There's nothing I can do to.
Yeah, believe Andrew Tate here.
Yeah, exactly.
I missed that part, but okay.
Wait, seriously, you missed the fact that Andrew Tate's leaning into the chaos. He says yes, out of.
To give you a
Well, I saw
summary.
Tristan here the other day, but I didn't join.
Yeah. Okay. To give you a summary, basically, what happened was that a bunch of retards started tagging Tristan Tate to the point that he actually entered the space, being like, I'm getting tagged so many fucking times, saying that I'm outer. And so I've just joined the space to kind of say I'm not, and then that's my only contribution here.
Wow.
Yeah. And then the next day...
That makes sense. I understand why they would think that.
Yeah. And then the next day, some fucking retard posts, oh my God, guys, I was listening to... now that Adrian has been outed as Elon Musk, I was listening to his space, and his co-host... I thought I remembered his voice. I thought I could recognize his voice. It was Andrew Tate. And that shit got 12,000 fucking likes. And Andrew Tate basically replied to someone saying, I'm gonna fucking lean into this because I like chaos. And co-posted that. He co-posted that saying true. As in, I'm fucking outer.
Way to go, man. Way to go.
Yeah.
So every single one of us has a problem here, okay? I got the Elon thing, he has the Andrew thing, except he's really leaning into it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm somehow simultaneously Ian here, Andrew Tate here, not here, but you get my point. Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate, and somehow fucking Adrian all at the same time.
I'm also Adrian, by the way.
Yeah.
According to some rumors that have been floating around on Reddit, and a few people have been
I am Blazdog.
tweeting
Yeah,
at me.
people
They're like,
trying to
you and Adrian are the same person. Like, how am I Adrian? I know I sound kind of like Elon sometimes. I don't know. I don't think I do, but people say I do. And so
I gotta say something funny. So somebody, what the fuck is this? So somebody has posted a post with a screenshot of notes with sex rules. Okay. Anyways, so this guy, the future cousin, anyways, says, "Hey Elon Musk, or maybe Adrian Dickman too. Why the fuck am I seeing this on my feed? Is the improved I can't keep it up. Is improved informed X you envisaged yet? What the fuck? I'm sorry, let me read this. Is this the improved informed X you envisaged yet? Oh yeah. Oh my god. Sorry, and actually type in words that can be understood. Maybe that'll help you out. This is social media, not a fucking book club. Now, if you see this, I'll say this right now. If this guy's listening to this, I'm sorry if I said it like that. It's just been a very long day, and it's been a very strange couple of days, and I don't want to read overcomplicated sentences. Anyways, if you see shit like this in your feed, either you or someone or all of the people who you're following is interacting with that shit. So that has nothing to do with the algorithm and everything to do with whoever you are following or whatever you're interacting with. Mainly whatever you're interacting with. And if you're looking at this shit, bookmarking that shit, interacting with that shit, as in with the comments, you're going to see a lot more of it. So that's your fault. This is an algorithm. It takes your data, it takes your actions, it takes your actions and turns that into an output, which is your feed. Mainly, that's what algorithms are supposed to do. My feed is incredible, by the way. The amount of autistic stuff that I see on my feed is incredible. I love it. That's exactly what I want to see. That's because I interact a lot with it, and anything that I don't want to see, I just simply do not interact with it. It's a very simple thing. I don't understand how people fuck that up. Especially this guy who's like, I don't know, what does he actually do?
Great, he's telling on himself.
Geopolitics, economics, IR. Okay, no, never mind. I'm not sure what exactly. So if you're focused on geopolitics, then maybe you should interact more with the geopolitics stuff. But when was the last time this person posted anything? Oh my god.
Holy shit, the fucking
it's not much.
The grifter conservative woman movement needs to be fucking studied.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh my god, please. Did you see the fight right now?
No? What's the
Which fight?
Pearl and Isabella Marie DeLuca or whatever. Cake boobs.
Oh, yeah, the hot chick fight. Yeah. I heard about that on the sidelines.
Oh yeah, the quote-unquote conservative woman that's like, I don't need to fucking post a half-naked picture and then post a half-naked picture. Yeah, that woman.
Wow. Yeah,
It's
they're
because
just
there was a thing back in the day.
It's actually really nice, guys.
There was a thing back in the day. Now, there was a thing back in the day where everybody said, "Hey, these people are from this political movement are very ugly, so posted pictures of themselves, and then other people posted pictures of themselves. So it turns out that the people who said that they wouldn't post any revealing pictures of themselves posted extremely revealing pictures of themselves. I think revealing. It's just a dude saying that, I'm not sure what your target audience was for that. I sure as hell didn't see that shit, and I sure as hell would say that probably that kind of goes back into, back on what you were saying, or what you were intending, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah,
Also,
unfortunately, based on my comments, you're
also,
calling
by the way,
of people who don't want to see it.
Also, by the way, I kind of want people to understand this. Before you develop some sort of weird attachments to me, I am in fact taken. Do not send me any weird sex mail or something like that. That has happened for quite a while, and I find it extremely disgusting.
This is such bullshit, bro. I've got like 100,000 more followers than you, and nobody ever sends me these spicy.
I was gonna say,
Trust me, you do not want that. Trust me, that shit's fucking disgusting.
yeah, I mean,
Demographics here. There's multiple demographics here. There is the MILFs, and then there's the post-MILFs. Okay? You don't want nothing from the other. You don't want nothing from that. Trust me.
do you get dick pics too? Like, because of all the like
No,
Elon
no.
fans? I get them
No.
constantly. I feel like I have
Surprisingly, I have never seen any dick pics myself, so that's totally fine.
Yeah,
I'm so jealous. I get them
I've
daily.
got a request.
Knock on wood.
I posted a picture of my cock today on X.
Wait, what?
Bird flu.
What?
What the fuck? You didn't get that?
Oh. I don't know how to
Jason
say
just
it.
said he can change that.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
As a disclaimer, please don't send me dick pics either. I'm good. No,
Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
What a good idea.
Look at this. I posted a picture of my cock.
Girls love that.
Well, I suppose.
Oh my god.
Looks pretty regular size to me, if I'm honest.
Oh my god. Go fuck it.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Yeah.
I knew it was a pun.
Yeah.
He's trolling. Look at everybody laughing at your cock. I'm like reading about myself right now, right? Like there's a bunch of those websites that do those bios, and all the information is wrong, the birthday is wrong, the place of residence is wrong. What's incredible is that these websites are archived on, ChatGPT and Grok, and so when people ask it,
Like
where's
the
the site
fucking
from, where's your
network
living?
websites. The network websites.
Yeah, they're all fake, right? And, all that information is wrong. Some of it is coincidentally true, but most of it is wrong. And people will just, try to push this bullshit onto me. They'll be like, this website says you're XYZ and you have this much money. It's like, how the fuck would you even know that? I don't even know how much money I have in my bank.
I actually, I have a funny story. I actually, know, a businessman. And, I was, looking him up online. And, I got to, one of those, network websites.
Yeah.
And he looked at that, and he's like, if I was only worth that much, I would kill myself.
Yeah. Unbelievable, man. Everything about it is wrong, and then people will be like, happy birthday, it's your birthday today, October 7th. It's like, I'm not born in October. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not this age either, Holy shit. But they're insistents, they think that because the AI tells them something, therefore it must be true. They don't question where it got its information. They just assume it's like the Oracle at Delphi, where it can tell you what actually is true. It's like, well, no, that's not how it works.
The Oracle of Delphi though was bullshit too.
Unless it's Bloomberg or maybe even sometimes Forbes. It's
because they do actual research.
Yeah. Any other source is complete horseshit.
Yeah.
Ian, do you want us to write an accurate bio of you on Infowars.com? I can make it happen.
No, thank you.
On Infowars.com, perfectly accurate bio.
Ian Miles Chung was born on September 27, 1995.
God, if it was only that young.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's younger than I
What do you mean he was born? What do you mean he was born in 1955? The day Einstein died.
Right.
No particular reason for this, by the way. No particular reason. You can come up with shit. That's the opening.
Did you guys know that the guy that basically, some guy basically took Einstein's brain? He took 1 million photos of it, and then he fucking cut it up into 1,000 different pieces, and then he just gave them to random people. Sometimes he gave it to friends and family.
Oh shit, that's what that was.
Yeah, so there's like random people out there that have like like parts of Elon, not Elon,
Why?
Einstein's brain.
That's what to say.
I mean, like slides of his brain, like where he cut it up and then he put it in the slide, like a plastic sheet sort of thing.
Yeah, he put them like in like a jar. He put like them in like a jar and like preserved them.
I thought it was
So
like
we've got
cross
just a bunch
section,
of bite-sized pieces of Einstein's brain in jars.
He took like 1,000 pictures because basically he was like once like that happened, once I cut it up, there was like no more brain to study. So he like took like a ton of pictures and then he just cut it up into like a bunch of fucking pieces.
That is so depressing that Einstein didn't die like more recently.
Oh,
we could have taken a whole MRI.
And here's the worst part. He had specifically asked for something like this to not happen to him when he died.
That reminds me of the guy, the Stoic, right? This is his diary, like Adrian talked about.
Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah, the reason why I have a huge problem with Stoics.
They're called Stoics.
Yeah, they read this guy's
off into the distance.
Inner thoughts, inner feelings, stuff that was never meant to see the light of day. Specifically told everyone, hey, do not take my diary, burn it after I'm dead. And what did? They do the opposite. Good stuff. Good fucking stuff. That could disgusting.
Yeah, but Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is a masterpiece.
Yes, but the only problem is that the fact it's a masterpiece means that it relies off of knowledge that would have otherwise not been acquired if it didn't involve the disrespecting of the dead. Meaning, his fucking diary, which is his deepest, darkest secrets that he didn't want anyone to read, that shit was being used.
It's not like he was writing about his big-ass crush on Apollonia. He was talking about the bees and how they, by nature, get up every day to work and how that means it's...
Doesn't matter, man. Doesn't matter, man. Doesn't matter. The idea of that book is to never be read. And the idea of whatever Stoicism is it's a challenge of yourself. And the way it works is like this. Do good not because you have to, but because you ought to.
Alright, I'm gonna let on you there.
The thing is, if you cannot extrapolate from that, then you don't deserve it. That's the problem. See, it has to be true. It's a false religion.
So you're saying that there's a moral fallacy in studying Stoicism because it's founded on a text which was never meant to be read?
No, the reason to criticize Stoicism is because it's a bullshit philosophy.
Here to explain. How would you define? First of all, how would you define Stoicism?
Stoicism is basically this idea that you just sit down and you don't let things bother you, and you just remain, stoic about it, and you just move on with your life.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's basically the beta cuck version of the Sigma male.
Exactly.
Okay? Just like less sophisticated. That's the problem. It's not supposed to be that, but if you read all of the stuff, that's how it's going to come across.
Marcus Aurelius got fucking cucked. He got cucked. I don't take advice from cucks.
To be fair, if you're going to get cucked, I guess handling it in the best way is, a pretty decent philosophy. You're going to be a cuck. Or you can get a sick pleasure out of it. That's always something.
Whoa, that voice shift. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's over level 9,000.
Well, hello guys. My name is Malcolm Flex, owner of Best Voice on this app. Sorry, Adrian. I will.
Huge fan of Malcolm. Love his work. You guys should watch his videos. Fantastic.
Flex is awesome.
Yeah. I don't like Stoicism because it means not being a man of action, and oftentimes the situation requires you to be a man of action.
Meditations by Marcus Aurelius because he was definitely a man of action.
No, I feel like
modern Stoicism interpretation is
people
totally
call
different.
themselves Stoics, right? A lot of people call themselves Stoics like this betas. They just refuse to act.
Yeah, I think it's more about. I think it's kind of irrelevant. Who you listen to. I think when you take advice, you have to look at the person's life, and you look at is this person something I want to be like. And if you don't, there's no point in listening to them. And I think if you look at Marcus Aurelius's life, I don't think that's something you want to emulate.
Well, I don't know much about his personal life. I know that he's regarded as a fairly successful emperor, though.
I mean more like personal life.
Yeah, which is what people are trying to apply
Right.
his philosophy to, right? That's the
And,
issue, right?
and I know I'm gonna get shit for this, but for example, Jordan Peterson, he gives a lot of good advice, but it has not worked out well in his own personal life. So
He even admits that. He admits that.
yeah. So I'm not sure someone like
he was.
yeah. So I'm not sure taking advice from him is a good advice. You want to take advice from people whose life you want to emulate, not people whose personal life is a complete fucking mess.
What if somebody has like an awesome personal life, an awesome career life, but their advice is total shit? Like, hey, dude, you want to smoke some fucking crack? And it's like, this person is perfect.
Are they smoking crack?
Smoking it though? Yeah. If they're not, then don't do it. Right? Do the opposite of what they're doing.
I mean, I'm going to have a hot take here. And I know you guys aren't overtly political, but Hunter Biden probably has one of the best fucking personal lives ever.
Listen, my father is not the vice president / president, so.
This is very true, and that sounds like a skill issue, but we shall not address that. But one of the beautiful things about taking people's advice is that typically, if it's pretty easy advice to do, whether or not it gels with your personal philosophy or not, you can actually do it because, I mean, it's easy. There's no, like, loss of energy or no personal exertion. But, you know, it's like when people start having all of these gargantuan requirements and, you know, it's a very difficult philosophy to follow. Like, you got to walk the road of stoicism and, oh, sorry, my wife just cheated on me with the BBC pool boy, but I'm going to sit here and not have any sort of reaction. Well, okay, then. That's probably not good advice.
This is what I hate about those TikTok influencers and Instagram influencers who, you know, tell you how to live a good life, and then they give you like this whole list of things to do every single day, like take cold showers and then eat 2 omelets a day and then do this and that and meditate for 30 minutes. And it's like, how do they even accomplish that? That's complete horseshit. None of that is anything that any successful person ever does, right? I know a lot of successful people and do not live like that. They will just eat whatever the fuck they want. They will exercise sometimes if they feel like it. But what they're doing with their lives is totally different from the stupid advice that you see on Instagram.
Also, not to mention, when they do those things, it's like 3-4 months of like concentrated effort, and then they fucking leave that shit away for like months.
Or even years.
Or years.
Right, years.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, you know, a lot of these rich people that read a lot of books, I mean, I know a few of them, they'll read like 100 books in like 4 months, and then they won't read books for years.
Yep.
Right? It's like that. They're not reading like 10 pages a day. They're
Meanwhile,
not doing
you
that
have
shit.
these idiots trying to emulate Patrick Bateman from American Psycho as if that's something to emulate. It's fucking delusional.
It's called bone.
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me I shouldn't just randomly pull out guns shooting people?
Yes. Yes. Do not do that.
Well, you
They
would not
think it's
be
cool. You know what your problem is? You have a negative attitude.
It's called
I need to go return
Spirit
videotapes.
You want to be like Patrick Bateman? I don't know if we call that Betamaxing or what, but you know, it's definitely a pretty good philosophy to go by.
He seems the same barber as I do, although I have a slightly better haircut.
We have Patrick Bateman at home, and then Chase just walks in the door. Hi, kids.
Oh my God.
There is no Chase Geyser. There is merely an illusion of Chase Geyser. An idea.
What you are seeing is a manifestation of what Chase wants you to believe he is. We really don't know what Chase Geyser really looks like. We're all imagining it. Come on, Chase, you're supposed to fucking back me up here. God,
no, it's true. I'm laughing.
God, just make me look dumb in front of all my cool tech bro friends.
I just wanted to let you roll, man. I was loving it. I love it when other people talk about me.
Sorry guys, that was all my stand-up material. I blew my load all in like the first 5 minutes of space. So
yeah,
that's the best 5 minutes of our lives. So
yeah, exactly.
So was it as good for you as it was for me?
Don't go leaving now, the a real man never pulls out.
Never, ever? Never?
No. Well, okay, so to be fair, how many kids is Elon up to?
12 or something.
Counting these sperm bank donations?
No, I don't think so.
No, seriously though, that was actually one of my less mature ideas, was to go all Genghis Khan using a
Doesn't
sperm
the guy
bank.
from Telegram have like? Isn't he like a huge sperm bank donor?
Patel Durov? Yeah, Patel Durov is a massive sperm bank donor. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like hundreds of kids that he doesn't.
Yeah, that's based. That's based. You go
That is
full Genghis
amazing.
Khan. Go full Genghis Khan.
Yeah, one time I just said, Dad?
Oh my god.
I would, you know what? You probably could pull that off depending on how long he's been blowing it.
I'm like 4 years older than you, dude.
There's like some Dutch guy with like 500 kids who literally had to be like court ordered to stop donating. Because they're like basically like, if you keep donating like this, there's gonna like so much of the population is gonna be like your descendants that there's gonna be like incest going on accident. Exactly.
Threatening me. There is a Netflix documentary on a doctor, a fertility doctor. He's replacing the sperm with his own, right? And so the whole town is basically just his kids. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane.
And then when they catch him doing this, like there's literally like no law against it.
Yep. That's crazy.
And nothing happens to him.
Honestly, I'd be down.
Nightmare fuel,
Wasn't
guys.
Jeffrey Epstein trying to do something like that in Mexico, where he was like financing some sperm bank and just like fertilizing it? I believe there was. It was like
This sounds like
MIT.
This sounds like a plot to a porno.
Well, we haven't got the kids.
Yeah, but this like the guy had like a genuine interest in genetics, right? And he used himself as like the ideal candidate. The guy, I mean, he's a narcissist, right? But yeah, no, he was actually financing this stuff because he was interested in it. The MIT Technological Lab, the tech lab, they took a lot of his funding. Kind of crazy. Like he was financing a lot of this research, and a lot of them got kicked out of the the universities. All these professors after all the Epstein stuff came out.
That's really freaking dark. Like,
Yeah, the greatest thing to do is you go look at the pictures that were taken when they raided his house, and you can find pictures.
Look at a little dentist chair. Why does he need a dentist chair?
Well, you can find pictures of his bookshelves, and you can see what crazy ass books he was reading. I went down
I'm
a rabbit
sorry.
hole.
I'm sorry, guys. I just still haven't made it past the fact
I like
that
that he had the painting of Bill Clinton there. The one with him in the blue dress.
Yeah, I always wondered if that was real or if that was like AI.
That's real, yeah. That's a real thing, yeah. That painting, we know who painted it and everything, right? It's not like it's a secret. But yeah, Bill Clinton's a big fan, and he bought the painting and he hung it up in his house. Kind of crazy.
Jesus Christ, man. This whole world is screwed because we still bring Bill Clinton up to speak and just act like this didn't happen.
Yep.
Like, good
He
lord.
was involved. And now with all the Diddy stuff, I mean, what the fuck? It turns out like half of Hollywood is, like he's got blackmail on them, which is why they don't speak out against him, and what the fuck?
Yeah, got it.
When people say we live in a simulation, right? Everybody's referring to like a computer simulation or something, but the reality is, if you've ever read Baudelaire's Simulacrum Simulation, it's more like we live in an illusory world, right? We're meant to believe certain things about the world that we live in, facts that are not actually facts, that are like we live in a simulacra, right? And the reality is somewhere behind. It's the desert of the real, right? And we're pulling back the curtain on it right now, right? With X, like a lot of this stuff is just coming out. It's crazy how much we think is real is just media manufactured.
I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if we live in a computer simulated reality.
No, I wouldn't be either. I think the probability is that we do. The probability is that we do. But we still have to live our lives as if we're adults because it's only matter to us here now.
Yeah, I mean, like, how do you know a rock is hard, for example? How do you know that it doesn't become hard the second you just touch it or measure it? Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and then imagine if it's just that the rock is only hard to you because you haven't reached a level of strength to where it becomes soft. Like it's literally your own personal.
Oh my god, guys.
Feeling. I'm just saying, it's like
It becomes hard as soon as you touch it, and then it gets soft.
Are we not doing phrasing? Not doing phrasing?
It's Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, right? It's like it's not confirmed until an observer actually observes it.
Until you observe it.
Right. Yeah. This is a quantum state before that. Now, granted, this is not true of rocks, right? But it's certainly true of a lot of things, and that's where quantum computing comes in, which is fascinating.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's mostly been bullshit up to now.
Yep. What do you think of the Google thing where they have where they do quantum computing?
Well, yeah,
Is it
it's
real?
well, it depends on what you mean by real. There's a lot of achievements, but I want you to like anytime someone comes out and they're like, we've achieved quantum supremacy, they're a dumbass, and they're lying to you. So a lot of these things, a lot of these quantum shit, that what they're doing is something called sampling, where they're basically just taking a survey of like the quantum bits. They're not like actually doing anything that's useful. So it's like the equivalent. It's like the equivalent of me saying, think of a number between 1 to 100. I'm thinking of a number between 1 to 100. Try to guess which number it is, and then you guess incorrectly 7. And then I said no. I was thinking of 42, and because I knew it instantly, and it took you time to figure it out, that means I'm 300 trillion times faster than you. This is like the equivalent of what's happening with these fucking, ridiculous numbers where they come out with, it's like 10 to the power of 28 times faster than a normal computer. This is how they get the ridiculous numbers. But if you're talking about doing anything useful with these computers in the modern day, they're not doing anything absolutely useful. Willow did have some breakthroughs, which is that the error rate did actually go down as you added more qubits, which is actually an accomplishment. It is actually a big breakthrough. But the thing where they came out with, where they're like, this took a few minutes for something that would take more longer than the universe, I would be very skeptical of that. Google has a habit of doing this shit, where they specifically choose like the worst algorithm possible to make their quantum computers look better. Like an example of this was they came out and they they did something, and then they're like, it took us like a few minutes what it would take a traditional computer 10,000 years. And then IBM came out and they were like, you're literally using an inefficient algorithm. If you did this on a traditional computer with a proper algorithm, it would take 2.5 days, not 10,000 years. And I would not to mention anything that they're getting these numbers with. It's kind of completely useless. It has no use case. Like quote-unquote calculations that they're doing. So as of now, you don't really have to worry about quantum computers.
What are those math problems where you get $1 million if you solve them? Are they called the Millennium Problems?
Yeah, Millennium Problems.
You would think that if these computers were actually capable of quantum computing on massive, rapid scale like that they could just put in the problem to some sort of large language model and it could process the hell out of it and prove the
a large language model will likely not be able to solve any math problems because literally it's in the name. LLM, large language model, they're designed for language, not math.
You don't think that they're the same thing?
No. Because
wait till you dive into the next level, man. Wait till you get to the next level of the Matrix, man.
Wow. But yeah, with things like memory, for example, with things like memory and speech, a lot of it is like stochastic. It's very, very
it learns.
It's very, very chance-based what each thing is. There's a percentage chance that each one is going to be what. It's predicting the next
So you're describing language using math?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm trying to say, motherfucker.
Exactly. But with the large language models, you can't exactly map math exactly the same as you can. There's like very strict rules of the universe that large language models just can't really understand or observe. Now, maybe we can create something specifically with transformers, but I doubt, which is the technology that large language models are using, but I doubt that large language models themselves would ever really be able to do math properly and better than humans. We could have another transformer structure that is doing math better than humans, but I doubt it's going to be a large language model.
Well, it's certainly not doing math on its own if it depends on the prompts that it receives.
Yeah.
Like I don't do any sophisticated mathematics with large language models, but I do use large language models all the time for works in various capacities. And for example, if you want to code something, you can definitely massage it to getting the right outcome, even if it can't do it intuitively on the first shot. So there's a little bit of back and forth. I think you can definitely use an LLM to do math, but it certainly can't do it without a sophisticated prompter.
No, because it's going to have to guess, right? So because it's guessing.
Well, let me ask you this, because I see where you're coming from. Let me ask you this: when you ask like a ChatGPT to solve a math problem, is it a different technology than the LLM that you're interacting with that's actually doing the math for you? Like, is there? Okay, I see.
So what it's doing is, okay, if I say what's 1 plus 1. It's not actually calculating 1 plus 1.
This is opening a calculator app, right?
It's not opening a calculator app. It's guessing that 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 based on its previous training, because that's what it's been trained on. But if you give it something that it has never seen or has seen very rarely, it is going to guess wrong almost 100% of the time. Because it's taking an educated guess with mathematics each time. And the more that problem has been solved in the past and the more training data humans have developed for it, the more correct it's going to be. But once you get into the super advanced stuff where there's a lot less training data for it, it's just taking a guess and it's not even an educated guess. So it's not actually calculating anything.
It's hallucinating it.
Yes.
Okay. Which is why, for the most part, when you use ChatGPT, it's actually activating plugins when you ask for certain things.
Exactly.
Right? It's not able to actually do it on its own.
Exactly. If you ask it for math questions, I've actually noticed that ChatGPT with Wolfram Alpha, which is an AI specifically built for mathematics and physics, it does actually perform quite well. But that's an external tool that's plugged in. That's not even a transformer model. Right, that's a completely different technology built specifically for mathematics.
Yeah, and they build it into it, so it interfaces as a translation layer.
Yeah,
that's pretty clever.
I think there's just one thing I thought of adding. Reasoning models work very differently compared to the regular ones, right? Like, for example, if you take models like O1, yes, they do use pre-trained data and stuff, but there is also chain of thought.
Yeah.
And then we have verification loops to see, like, if there is any logical fallacies, how do we...
Now they write code, and now they write code and they execute the code to make sure that their mathematical calculations are correct. Yeah, but
exactly.
That's an indirect way of handling those things. That's not a direct way of handling those things.
So it effectively creates an illusion that it's capable of this, where in fact it's actually, interfacing with different aspects of the program.
Yeah.
So hilariously enough, it acts enough like a human brain, just being a large repository of knowledge. But it's just like, if you have to dig into a part of your brain that knows math, that's like opening an external app or an external plugin of sorts.
If you asked me an advanced math question and you had me on the phone, I don't know the answer to it because I can't calculate that high. I will open the calculator app and then I'll tell you the answer. right? And if
Now,
it was
there is
sufficiently
also
fast.
kind of a limitation as well, which is if you look at like the best models, best AI models, they're not usually trained by humans. They kind of train themselves. So if you look at the best chess bots, they're usually playing against each other, and they're having a ton of playthroughs. And if you look at video games, that's also what they're doing because they can do it much faster. Yeah, exactly.
That's the first game that did it.
Yeah, they can have a lot more training data. But the problem is, as with language and the universe and everything around us, and our language, it's very difficult to do that. Like, how exactly are you going to make an AI to train itself on reality without human input? So you kind of start to hit a ceiling around human intelligence.
It's because humanity, or rather the real world, is not a vacuum, right? It's an external source. Whereas chess and StarCraft and Call of Duty, which are all trained on themselves, are vacuums. There's nothing that exists outside of it. There's no human input. It's also why you can get glitches with these games, because, for instance, disconnections, lag, latency, these things, the model doesn't, account for these things unless they're sophisticated enough, which is why you're capable of, in some instances, tricking it into basically stopping, because it didn't predict that. It doesn't predict the fact that, your latency is super high and you're gonna disconnect the game and interface in it in a way that it cannot predict. That's not part of the programming.
Well, yeah, they didn't predict me dropping 1 million individual pieces of gold on the ground.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, again,
oh my God! I just
mine.
checked my DM. I just checked my DM. Someone literally said the exact same things I did. He's like, you can do it. You can make the AI figure out math through fucking Python, and also there's the Wolfram extension. Yeah. So yeah.
Because humans are unpredictable. We operate on chaos. There's only so much you can predict a human will, behave. It's like group psychology is a lot easier to predict than individual psychology. You can't predict what I'm going to do in the next 10 seconds, but you can probably predict what a society would do in the next, 2 years, given the existing parameters.
Well, if you have enough data, you can probably predict what you were going to do in the next 10 seconds. It just requires some macro.
It's super fast. Yeah, it just wouldn't be able to work. Yeah, it doesn't operate on that time scale. It's kind of like a river. You can predict that a river is going to go from point A to point B, right? But you cannot predict where the individual water droplets are going to go. Too many external factors would change that, would alter the course.
Yeah. Just don't ask Candace about it.
Can the stick fit in your mom's mouth?
I thought he was gone. Just when I thought he was never coming back.
Yeah.
No, I was here the whole time, man. I had some stuff to deal with. Now I'm stuck in a traffic jam. Beautiful fucking thing, man. I really hope that robots are gonna take over driving because humans are a fucking disaster.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the cyber taxi.
Oh yeah, that shit's gonna be great. Robo taxi. I mean, it's already here. It's operating. Just not at just not at a fully national level and then eventually international.
Correct.
It's gonna happen.
Nice to get one. I just want to go places and not have to call an Uber or anything, not have to walk to my wherever, I just want to be able to summon it on my phone and just go to where I want, and then it can drop me off. I'm not a car guy. I don't buy cars to drive them. I have a really nice Ford Raptor. Do I drive it? No.
Wait, you're in Dubai, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm in Dubai.
Yeah, so in Dubai, how's the public transport? Because when I was there, I was using an app that was like similar to Uber. I forgot what it was called. Careem, yes, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how's the public transport? Because back when I was there, it was kind of ass.
It's still ass. I don't use public transport anyway, but there's not enough bus stops, I think. Yeah.
I use public transport when I'm in Asia, but
Tokyo is fucking amazing for public transport. Like everything is just great, and also you don't want to get into taxis because they're too expensive. You know, like going from 5 kilometers is going to cost probably
Japan
like
in general is
$50.
pretty decent. I think Japan in general is pretty decent.
Just take the train. I mean, the train's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
Super
I
efficient.
think Asia's like Asia's one of the only places where like you actually prefer taking the train to.
Singapore is good. Singapore's really good. Hong Kong is also good.
Yeah. Thailand is also surprisingly good.
Malaysia's shit though. Like the public transport in Malaysia is kind of crap.
Yeah, exactly. Malaysia was complete ass.
Drive a car there. You need to.
Yeah. There's another app. I forgot what it was called. There's like another app in Asia. That's like Uber.
Grab. It's called Grab.
Exactly. Grab. Manila is complete ass. Never go to Manila.
You know, Manila still looks like it does in that stupid movie with what's her name, Catherine Zeta-Jones, where she's like doing like her ass gymnastics under the lasers, the field of lasers, and it's like it's supposed to be set in Malaysia, but to film the slums because Malaysia doesn't have any slums, they had to film it in Manila.
Oh wow.
It still looks like that.
Manila is probably like one of the worst places I've ever visited. Yeah. I've heard positive things about other cities like Cebu, but
yeah, they're getting better.
Yeah, Manila is. I went there. It was a complete shithole.
It looks just like it does in that movie. You know, any movie where you think of like, because I know most people don't want to travel there, but any movie where you can think of like a third world Asian country, that is Manila. Okay, and they probably filmed it in Manila, and it still looks like that.
Let's see, where else is public transportation good? Taiwan is very good. China's very good.
China's good. Yeah, Shenzhen.
Well, yeah, China depends on where, right?
Shenzhen's good.
Yeah.
Beijing, Shanghai.
Yeah, other than those countries, which countries? I'm trying to think. I think we've covered the big ones.
Yeah. I mean, you could go smaller, like Myanmar or something, but
I doubt.
I don't think they even have it.
Yeah. Europe. A lot of people love sucking Europe's dick with public transportation. I don't think Europe's public transportation is that great.
No, it's not.
They put a lot of money into the infrastructure. They really do.
I think some countries do a good job. Switzerland, in particular, does a very good job with their public infrastructure. But I hear a lot of people. I was in the UK for quite a while. A lot of people are sucking the shit out of London's public transportation system, and I'm like, what the fuck are you